All right. I think we are live. I think we are live. We are live. Let me check in with the YouTube here. Let's see. Yes, we are live. All right. Let's see. Let's say 2 days ago. That's weird. All right. What's going on, guys? It's your boy, Any Double X, man. We are live again, doing what we do. This is We the People, man. Volume 7. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. We are back again. I got some amazing guests, man. We're just getting things kicked off in a major way. Let me see here. You know what? Oh man, you know what? I jumped the gun. I usually put the code here in the description, but the code is not in the description this time, guys. Let me see here. I'm gonna put it in the chat, just in case people wanna join in, man. How's everyone doing tonight? We're just getting things kicked off. Yeti, what's going on, Yeti? What's going on, Tanya? We got my boy Bloom in the building. Got my boy Mike Banks in the building. Paige is in the building, man. We're just getting things kicked off in a major way. Hoping everybody's having a great Wednesday evening, night, wherever you are. Bloom, what's going on, my friend? Welcome to the stream. This is We the People, man. Good to see you, my friend.
Doing good, man. Doing good. Glad to be on here, man. God bless, man. I'm glad to be able to talk to y'all. You know what I'm saying? TI Lives Matter. I'm glad I'm on here. I've watched a lot of the videos, everyone y'all usually get on. I always watch them, man. And I just so blessed to see everybody come together, see TIs coming together. I mean, especially out there in the world, when we're alone and isolated, man, it's just so easy for, to feel down and depressed, you know what I'm saying? But seeing them come on this platform, it's just beautiful, man. You know what I'm saying to me? Everybody's been on here. I've seen a lot of people, shout out to all the people that's been on this show, been on this channel, definitely, and it makes a difference, trust me, you know what I'm saying? I think it's making a big impact, you know what I mean? And I hope it just keeps growing, man, for real. So I'm glad to be on here, shout out to anybody that's on here, so.
Oh yeah, we're just getting things kicked off right now on man, big shout out to Yeti. Yeti, man, I love you, Yeti. She says, was wondering when you was coming on. Hey, chat. Hey, guys. Hey, yeah, we here, man. I usually do it a little earlier on Wednesdays. Well, I can't even say usually. Like, this is new, but we're just getting things kicked off right now, and I'm just happy to be here right now. I see my boy Awaken State targeted in Australia. Bro, you want to join in? Click this link right here. Big shout out to Ginger X. A lot of things to talk about, man. If you guys do have the Zoom app, all you have to do is click that link that I just put in the description right now. If you want to be a part of it, got my guy Mike Banks on the line. Mike, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, what's up? I'm just having dinner and relaxing. I guess it's my first time on the show tonight. I've watched most of your videos, and I've been targeted individual for almost 4 years, and I've been getting stalked pretty badly. And I'm here to talk about it and to help people if they want any info. I've gone as far as buying my own electronic weapons and testing them. I believe I know a lot about this, who's doing this to me, why it happened, and I believe it's the same people who are doing it in the States and in Europe. I basically know them.
Man, that sounds that's interesting, man. You want to talk a little bit about it?
We can talk for the next 10 years. It's a huge topic. Just get into detail with me and I'll talk with you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you, bro. I see you, man. And like I said, guys, we're just getting things kicked off on a major way. This is We the People, Volume 7, okay? This is what we're doing now on the channel. Big shout out to Tanya. Big shout out to Ginger X, Autumn and Z, Real TIs, Lives Matter, okay? Man, I was just, kicking it with the guys. We were talking about a few things about, how YouTube has been infiltrated, but I can say it's always been like that, It's always been like that. Like, there's and I always, I had to differentiate, real TIs from this perp network. There's a TI community, there's a perp network, and they're trying hard to integrate the two. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
I would agree, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're trying to make us not know who's who, right? It's we can assume that they go about that tactic, filling up YouTube, making money off the videos, confusing everyone. It's just who they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the perps keeps us down because we don't know who's a perp, who's not. So we don't trust people. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff happens, and and that's the way. And I can understand how they could feel that way, but I think we all need to come together, really, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? The more we're stronger together than we are apart to be. That's the way I feel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the whole definition of targeted individual, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
An individual,
That's
not part of communities.
It's easier to do. So
I mean, if you think about it, going through this, what we've been faced with, what they do is they infiltrate everything. If you get a job, what happens when you get that job? They're there.
Yeah.
If you go to the grocery store, they're there. You come if you have a house or if you have a home, because there's a lot of homeless people who are out here trying to figure things out. Shout out to them, because I feel your pain. Like I've been there. I've been in so many different situations. They're out on the streets. They're in your house. They're your next door neighbors. They're black. Wherever real TIs are, they try to, they will come and perpetrate and try to post up and, use a fear-based intimidation tactic. You know what I mean? So naturally, if they're TIs who are on YouTube, they're gonna be there. If we're on Instagram, they're gonna be there too. My thing is, I don't give a shit about them. And I say that I don't care about them. Honestly, I don't. I don't care about them. My thing is the real TIs like me that's really going through something. That's where my heart goes out to them, because I rock with them. I relate to them, and these perpy people out here, one might sneak through the crack, one might, it might happen occasionally, but at the end of the day, people show you who they are. People show you who they are. And I say the first time they show you, believe them. That's what I say.
Just be careful though, because they are extremely, extremely good liars. They're probably the best in the world.
Some of them are, but some of them are boneheads. Some of them are boneheaded actors. Just come on trying to be fearmongers and spread fear and want to just perpetrate like, oh, there's no hope, we don't have anything. No, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that we can do about this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay attention to people's micro mannerisms. It's very, very hard to hide exactly who you are from anyone. But you can tell people who are hiding, it's in their facial expressions, it's in their eyes, it's in the tone of their voices.
But my thing is, if you don't know those people, how can you tell anything, bro? You don't know those people, how their facial expression. You have to actually know somebody to know what their facial expression is telling you. Would you agree, or would you disagree with that? If I've never met you in my life, if I've never met you before, how am I gonna know what your facial expression is saying? Everybody is different, right?
True.
If you get to know these people as well as I have, you pick up on these micro mannerisms. They all have the same tells.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to know them well, and I can guarantee you 99% of UTIs don't know them well.
Well, you don't really know these people though. At the end of the day, you gotta even people that I've known for years. I don't know them. They have shown me sides of them.
Right.
I like people who I thought were my friends, Mike. I thought these people were my friends, bro. And big shout out to Eddie Morin. Big shout out to Justice T.I. I'm gonna be giving people shout outs that's coming in here, man, because I love them. Cheryl Lewis, I see you. Jeff O. People that I've known for years, even my family. You know, like people have shown me sides of them, and I'm like, damn, I thought we were friends. I
Right.
thought we were cool. Like, and you like people show you who they are, you know, and it's like, did you really know them? Because if I knew that they were capable of, you know, doing those things, I probably would have never, you know, ever would have been involved in, you know, hanging
Anything
around
that
those
led
type
to
of
any of
people.
this. Yeah. But I mean, deception is something they use very strongly, right? Deceive us.
That's a fact. I mean, this whole world is built on deception.
Oh, for
You
real.
know, like we can really get into it, Mikey. Like this whole world that we know, I was programmed to believe so many things, bro, that is not really what it is, you know.
I know,
And
right? Me too. I've had like elders within the gang stalking community like tell me they think I've probably been programmed from a young age because I didn't realize what the world was actually like, you know. And that's one of the reasons we do get gang stalked because we don't see the world for what it truly is. But if people actually knew, they'd go insane, you know.
yeah, and that's why I think it's very important, Mike, that we have the conversation, man. I think it's important, man, that we all share our different perspectives on things, and you know,
Yeah.
this way we can learn from each other, you know, and not say, no, like this is not what happened, or you know, not no, no, that's not this, you know. But I'm here to listen to you guys, man, and because I love and support all you guys, man, and you know, big shout out to Joe Mama, man. She said, hey, Nexx, and everyone on the panel in the chat. I'm cooking right now, so I won't be typing in that much. Big shout out, Joe Mama gets a lot of love. Man,
Hey, Max, are either of you guys getting a delay? Like when I see your video, you're talking, don't it's not the same time.
um, wait, say that one more time, bro.
Like what you okay, you said, hey, just say that one more time, bro. But on your video, that didn't happen. I didn't see you say that for like a couple seconds later.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you know, I'm in United States, bro. You're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a lag. You know, it might be a couple
Yeah.
seconds lag, but you know, that's just how, you know, when you live streaming, you know, things happen like that when you live stream. Is this your first time on a live stream?
Probably, yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Well, man, I feel honored, bro. Thank you, man. I do.
Thanks for
Honestly,
having
I
me.
do, man. Like this is We the People, man. Volume 7. You know, the targeted individuals live stream, and everybody got a story to tell. And we just getting things jumping off, man. And I appreciate all of y'all, man, for joining us live. We're gonna hopefully get some more people on the panel with us, and we're gonna get this conversation started in a major way. In a major way. So, Bloom, what's going on, my friend?
Blunt,
Are you
I
there?
don't know if you're talking to me.
me or
Bloom?
blunt
Yeah.
one?
Bloom?
Blue.
Blunt one, yeah, blunt, yeah.
Blunt?
Blue is blunt.
Oh, okay. I
It's
thought it
all
was
good.
Bloom. I thought
You
it
know,
was Bloom, bro.
smoke,
Because
blunt strikes the point.
I
That sounds good.
I used to smoke
It's
blunts,
all good.
man, and I used to buy a lot of blunts, right?
Yeah, so
And
definitely, yeah, it's right at home. Right at
yeah,
home.
I used to, right? Keywords used to,
Oh yeah,
but
definitely,
it's spelled BLUNT, blunt. So when I
yeah,
see the O in front of the U, I'm like Blunt.
yeah,
I
blue.
thought it was Blunt, man. My
What the
bad,
heck is
bro. I
that?
apologize, man. I don't mean to.
Like who's blue? Look, oh yeah, blunt. Yeah, it's all
I'm
good,
like
man.
Blunt. Come on,
Hey,
Blunt. Come on, Washington, Washington.
good. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Like I said, I've been a TI for 2 years so far. I've had well, I don't know how far I want to go, but I've had the voice to skull already. Had a little bit of that happen. I've been hit with the energy shots, like people say at night. You know, you get hit with those. I've getting hit with that. You know what I'm saying? Um, I think sometimes memory, because like I said, it's when they do this stuff to you, I've had a falsified memory, you know, like signal, like brainwaves. So you have a falsified memory, you kind of lose like things you used to do, you know what I'm saying? Like let's say I'm about to lock my door, I'll lock my keys in my door, and I never would do that before. Or let's say you leave your keys in your car, you know, things that you wouldn't do. But you know, after so many times of getting hit by the phones and all that other stuff, man, it erases short-term memories. So it does stuff does happen to you from the phones, definitely, you know. Like I said, but 2 years of it's been rough, man. But I've been making it so far. God bless, man. Like I said, the jobs have been that's the worst part for me. The mobbings. You know what I'm saying?
While you're working and stuff.
Yeah, man, that's the worst of it all, man. Dang, I mean the roads too, the cars driving you off the road, hitting you,
Yeah.
and they don't care. Green light waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? All the stuff they do, and then they look down at their phones while they're driving just to see what it says to do, and then they do it. I mean, it's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's absolutely insane.
When you see it, you're just like, you just can't believe this is happening. You're like, what is wrong with these people, man? You know what I'm saying?
It's just shocking. Civilians aren't used to being opened up to such large communities of people working against them. It's such a big scare tactic. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is insane, man. Cause you'd be like, man, I'm about to hit your car, dude. And you're trying to worry about getting some response from me on the phone, man. That's like, you got to be kidding me, dude. I think, but the most part that gets me the most is I have a daughter, and I was taking my daughter to the park one time, and I remember it was a green light, and I know that I could see them waiting on their cell phone, waiting to see what was going to do. And I had my daughter in the car, man. So I'm driving, straight down the road, driving like I'm supposed to, come up to the light, and there's a car waiting, just stops in the middle of the road. It's green, and it just stopped. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going, I'm going just a little faster than the speed. I'm going maybe 10, 10 over 30. I'm going 40 maybe, right? So I'm thinking like I could have ran into your car with my daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel for you, bro.
You know
I can't imagine what it would feel like to be a TI by kids and stuff like that.
Yeah, God bless anybody. I mean, like I said, it's so terrifying. And when I see people join this stuff, I'd be like, dude, they almost made me wreck my daughter in the car. So I pulled over next to the lady and I said some words to her. You know what I mean? I gave her hell as much as I could because I'm thinking like, you got to be kidding me. I got my daughter in the car, dude. It's me. I'm a grown person. I'm a grown man. I'm 35 years old. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do your little games. That's okay. I'll take it like a G.
You said something though, because you have to say something. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you have to, and I have to respond. Of course, like I said, the thing is to get
to respond. They keep doing it.
You have to respond to it. There you go. That was the whole purpose of it. But I responded to it because it's my daughter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a conscience. I don't.
Right on, brother. Be strong with that shit. Or obviously, you already are strong. You even have to deal with.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, definitely, man. Because I did what I wanted to do, man. Like I said, I would have tore that car. I mean, I would have tore them a new one so badly. But I was thinking, like, nah, this is what they want me to do. So I'm like, I'm just gonna, say my words, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I just told them,
don't get physical.
Yeah, don't get physical because that's what they want you to do. To get physical.
Out of them. They'll get scared too.
Oh no, I'm never scared of them. I'm scared for them.
Oh, I know that.
To be honest, I'm scared for them. They don't even realize that. I'm scared for them because I know I lash out. Like I said, once I go there, I can't go back. You see
all right, guys. Let's not cap here. We ain't gonna have no capping here.
I got next.
We ain't gonna have no capping, bro.
My bad, next. I'm just telling the story, but like I said, I was cool. I got to the park and I joined my daughter, but I just don't get how people can, do that.
We've all had moments where we were scared. We've all had moments where we've been afraid. Like this stuff that happens to us. They can even, induce, like, have you guys ever felt that synthetic fear? Like you was just like scared on top of scared and you're like, I'm not even a scary dude, but what? And you like freaking out like, oh my God, like that's happened to me like many times. And I'm like, oh shit, like I gotta catch myself like, okay, this is not me. This is not normal. Like I don't feel fear on this level ever. I've been in shootouts and ducking bullets and stuff, and I wasn't that scared amount of scared. Like they can send these frequencies to give us some kind of induced fear. Like they can do a lot with these frequencies, man. Like they can make you scared, hungry, angry, horny, make you want to drink, go do drugs, like. This thing gets real, man. I can't be on here capping like, oh, I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. I ain't scared. Come on, bro. No cap, bro. We're not gonna be capping on.
Oh, no.
We definitely felt that fear, bro. Like,
oh yeah, definitely. One time, yeah.
Believe it or not, though, if you fucking turn guns on them, they get really, really scared and they stop all this shit.
You know what, man? Shout out to I don't want to.
I don't want to do that kind of shit because it's a death squad's suicide pact thing, but it works. They're just humans. They get scared in return.
Shout out to Jeff O. He says they can put those emotions on you next, and that's a whole fact, and There was a TI, a real popular TI that's in the community who actually pulled a gun out on one of those, had to go to trial and,
Wow.
you know, beat the case. Shout out to him. I'm not recommending that though.
Not at all. I don't recommend it either.
I'm not recommending it, but you know what? If somebody run up on you with the blick, you got to do what you got to do, right?
It's not even that. It's just when there's a large community of fuck up stalking you, and they realize you have a gun, and they're just gonna stop fucking with you. Because you know what? They're not really benefiting that much from getting shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Lots of people,
I wouldn't do that because
down.
yeah, I wouldn't do that because you know, like I said, you know, they it won't do you no good. Plus, you know, I mean, they can pull some, you know,
I wouldn't.
to get you put, you know, get you arrested or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, they're gonna jam you up. They're gonna, oh, he's got a gun.
They have a way. Trust
Let's
me.
get him. Oh, blunt,
Yep.
he's got a gun on him. All right, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah.
Mike, he's pulling out guns. All right, we're gonna get his ass.
Yep.
That's how they think, bro. You know, they want to catch you slipping, bro. Because
not in my case. In my case, when I had done that, the whole city went dead quiet for a long time.
wow, you went out with the gun, bro? Like you was on some GTA?
I'm not going to get into any detail about this. All I'll say.
Okay, all right.
All our
I feel you, bro.
Already said, right? And that's people hear that you get a gun, you know. That's what happens in my case, right?
Man,
I mean, it's only human. They're only animals. It's only
just make sure you, whatever you do, whatever moves you make, man, just make sure it's legal, man, because they will trap you up, bro. They can.
Oh, I'm already at the bottom of that story, by the way, without getting into detail.
Okay.
And you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm taking a guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
you know,
not a bad person, right? Like I don't fucking do drugs. I don't hurt people. I'm like a musician and a skater, and I'm a talented writer.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even come from fucking from hoods or gangs or bad lifestyles or bad people. I was raised well around for a long time.
Yeah.
So you know, but I mean, this just goes to show you the amount of psychological damage that changes who we are in our spirits from all the stuff they do to us. It's like super real. It changes who you are.
Absolutely, man. That just goes to show, you know, they target people from all walks of life, man, and all different backgrounds. And shout out to Jeff O. He says no city of perps care if you have a gun. Not the perps care, but the cops do. You know, like they are alerted. They're, you know, a lot of those cops are alerted and are, you know, they know what's happening here. And shout out to Future Knowledge too. I see you, Future.
It's also very different everywhere. What could be like okay for where I'm at and like have results with them could be completely different where you're at. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Oh, trust me, Mike. I know, man.
Okay.
I've been a lot of places, bro. Been around the world tonight, you know, and yeah, and it's been. I see, yeah, I definitely have, you know, but I believe you too, bro. Like I believe what you're saying, bro, and I stand with you, bro, and I support you. I want you to know that.
Thank you. You know, I'll just be honest and like not be rude or anything. If there's stuff you guys are saying that I don't believe in at all, like I'm not gonna come out and like be harsh about it. I'll just try to learn about where you're coming from. You know what I mean?
No, well, if you feel some type of way, I mean, like remember what I said before we went live, bro. Like if you feel some type of way, let's have the conversation. And if you feel like I'm being harsh, let me know, man, because I don't feel like I am, and if I am, then I will apologize to you on air, bro. You know, and off of air because I'm not trying to, you know, go in on you or make you feel any type of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel no type of way as far as that all that goes. I'll just say right quick, I've never had any experiences with skull, the voice communication, or like hardcore electronic weapons, or dream manipulation, or feeling manipulation. I'm pretty intelligent too. I even researched and bought my own electronic weapons and tried them out. I have them here. I could let you guys listen to it if you want to for a quick second.
Okay. Well, you're looking at a guy right now who has had experience in all of that stuff. that you just said you didn't have any experience in.
I'm not saying I don't believe it or it's not real. I'm just telling you guys, I didn't go through that. You know what I mean?
Right. And I'm telling you that I went through it. So this is a moment that we can definitely learn from each other, my friend. You know?
I've done so much research, man. You know, I've looked into like people with your experiences on YouTube. A lot of them, people who I've read studies on people who've been electronically harassed and hurt, even in my own city. I'm talking like militarized weapons, and I've looked into so much of this, and I can't figure out if it's real, like, or if it's just the abuse that we go through. It psychologically affects us. It affects our feelings and our moods, and it changes.
I'm here to tell you, my friend, it is definitely a real thing, bro. It is real. Like this white T-shirt I'm wearing, like the little earth in the background, that's not real. But this white T-shirt is real, right? And
it's really hard to like understand and like accept it. You know, it's like hard for probably most humans to accept this. You know,
I get it. I understand, because if you have never been through something, it's hard to understand it, and that's a normal, you know, thought process for somebody. Like if you haven't been through something, you know, then you wouldn't understand it, and that's normal. But the only way that you could, you know, you could listen and, you know, have some compassion for what the next guy is saying, because I'm not gonna sit here and say anything that I'm not gonna be capping, first of all. Like, and for anybody who don't know what capping is lying. Like, I'm not gonna lie about what happened or what didn't happen. You know what I mean? And I don't have any time to be on here lying to anybody about anything. Those things really happen. Like, I went through that stuff. I experienced V2K back in 2010, 2011, 2009, and I didn't even know what this stuff was back then. You know, my boy Blunt, you've been through V2K and hit with these directed energy weapons, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you'll hear noise. Like you might hear dogs barking, and I'll probably hear a sex noise. Or, you know, somebody might turn the lawnmower and I'll be hearing some girl moaning, and it has nothing to do, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hearing it, and I'm like, why am I hearing this stuff? That's not regular. You know what I'm saying?
Real, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is
like,
crazy.
Okay, why am I hearing that? But like I said, it's the frequency. So the frequency is channeling out. So only my frequency. So of course I'm the only one that's going to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm hearing it directly.
Yeah.
This is and I can do about it. I'm just like, okay. So then you'll look around and you'll be like, okay, that's just a dog barking. You know, and then you go back to what you're doing, but you're like, wow, you know what you heard.
I heard voices. Like I heard voices, like, and I thought people were outside. I thought all kinds of stuff was happening. I'm not going to get into details, but I just want to make a point. Like, this is a real teachable, learnable moment for everybody watching the stream right now. You know, they target us differently for this specific reason. Like you haven't been through specific things, right? You haven't experienced any of the electronic harassment, but I have. You know, Blunt has. There's people in the chat right now who are like you, Mike, who never experienced any of the electronic harassment, but they've been gang stalked and harassed, right? And this is why they do that, Mike, because so we can't find a common ground. So we'll be sitting here saying, oh, that's not real because, oh, I didn't go through this. Or, you know what I mean? Oh, you're not a real TI because you didn't go through this. You know, those words will never come from my mouth. You know what I mean? Like, if a person is not real, they're going to show you that they're not real. I don't have to expose anything. You know, their actions show you who they are. So at the end of the day, we all have to be aware that, yes, they use similar tactics, but everybody's targeting is not the same, right? And it doesn't have to be on the level where we're saying, oh, you didn't go through what I went through, so you're not a real TI. You know, that doesn't have to be like that. And I just want everybody to just get that and just sit with that for, a few minutes and just understand that, they do that on purposely. Like, this is a demonic, deranged, super intelligently thought out, well strategized plan to leave us all with this big question mark, right? Like, what the hell? How did this happen? who's real, who's not. Oh, you know, and to get us all in that lower vibrational frequency, and we don't have to take it there. We don't have to. Big shout out to Sleeping Beauty. I see Sleeping Beauty on Mike, Autumn. Man, we got some amazing people in the comment section right now. But I just want that to be a learnable, teachable moment. Blunt, man, when C Blunt is my guy here, man. You guys see him in the comment section, man. Shout out to him for being brave, coming on the stream, you know, showing you guys he's a real TI, you know, real TI Lives Matter, hashtag TI Lives Matter. You said that you experienced the V2K. About when, you know, when did it start happening? Could you give us like maybe a year, 2 years ago, or has this been an ongoing thing with you?
It's been targeted for 2 years. So when did they start using that on you?
I don't know, man. Just like, I think it's been an ongoing thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll go out and, you know, go in, and then, you know, and that's just what happens. It'll be like during the day, like I said, I'll hear something. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm looking around, like, there's nothing going on. Why am I hearing that? And then I know what's up. So then I'd be like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
How do we tell the difference between a real electronic weapon without actually having it in front of us, using it, testing it, and mental instability that comes from all this shit?
Well, I'll tell you right now.
This question I've wondered for a long time. No one's answered it.
How can we tell the difference between a weapon and mental instability? Is that what the question you just asked, Mike?
Yeah, I wonder that.
Just being clear. Okay, so let me answer you. I got a real answer for you, bro. All right. So December 2015, right? I'm hanging out. I wake up on Christmas, bro. December 25th, 2015. I wake up and I felt like I was having a heart attack, bro. Shout out to Sleeping Beauty, and I seen Chicky Cannon says people have a hard time believing it because it sounds so crazy to believe. That's a fact, Chicky.
True.
But I woke up on Christmas, bro, and I thought I was having a heart attack. Now I'm a young man, you know. I'm not in my 40s. I'm not in my 50s, 60s. I eat healthy. You know, I'm not out here pounding Big Macs and double burgers and chicken McNuggets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know,
yeah.
I felt like I was having a heart attack, bro. And I couldn't even get out the bed, and I sat in the bed for the whole day, like with this pain pulsating from my heart all through my arms, my arteries, all through my legs. I thought I was gonna die, right? So I ended up going to the hospital later on. It was a long story that happened. I'm not gonna get into that, but I went to the hospital, right? They took my blood, they plugged me up. I went to the emergency room. They ran all these tests on me. And, you know, after being in there in the emergency room for about, I would say 15, not 15, I would say like maybe 2 or 3 hours, the nurse came back and she said, all your tests are fine. Like everything is normal. Everything looks normal, bro. And I was so mad, bro. I was freaking out. Like because I was in so much pain. Like, how can my test results come back normal when I'm in so much pain? I've never felt that pain before in my life. I never had a heart attack before, you know?
Yeah.
So that wasn't nothing mental there, right? This was my heart, you know? My heart was hurting, bro. And it was surging pain all throughout my veins, like all throughout my, you know, my legs, like everything hurt. Like if I just looked to the left, like my heart just felt like it was stressing to just beat, and you know, my whole central nervous system was just shooting pain throughout my whole body, bro. All right, so in that moment, when the doctor came and she told me that my test results was A-okay and I was fine and there was nothing wrong with me, I freaked out because I'm like, yo, I'm having a freaking heart attack. There's no way I'm feeling all this pain and you're gonna come back and tell me my test results was fine and I'm healthy and everything is good. They gave me 2 muscle relaxers and sent me home and wished me a Merry Christmas, right? So right then, you know, I didn't know what was happening, right? I didn't know anything about what organized stalking was, targeted individuals. I had no clue what this crap was, you know. But
Right.
looking back on that, I know I was hit on Christmas with a directed energy weapon, right? And there was nothing mental about it, bro, because I felt physical pain. And when you are hit with these weapons, like there's so many different, you know, types of technology that they have. Some people say, oh, it's just a demon. I'll tell that demon where to go. You know, and it's like, yo, bro, you being hit with some kind of frequency, bro. Like something they done built this, you know, and they hitting you with something, bro. I'll rebuke it in Jesus' name and tell that demon to go home. Bro, it wasn't a psychological thing, bro. You know, I felt physical pain, and I felt it in my heart. I felt it in my kidneys. I had the headaches. I've had V2K. I felt the tingling feeling. You see this tooth here? You see that? You see this, Mike? That didn't come from not brushing my teeth, bro. I brush my teeth every day. You know, if you do the research, bro, that microwave energy radiation, it weakens your teeth enamel, bro. And a lot of TIs suffer through that. You know, that too. You want to know what happened? I wasn't cracking a beer bottle. I was biting a turkey sandwich. Turkey and provolone. That was before I switched to Swiss. I'm a Swiss guy now, but I've been into that sandwich and my tooth was, oh my God. I was like, what the hell? And my tooth broke off. You know what that's from? That's from months and years of being hit with directed energy, my G. You know? And
Sure.
like I have the physical effects on my body that's not mental, you know? I could show you this.
And
You know,
also, what I'm talking about too is like it's a manifestation. Physical pain is a manifestation of like the mental stress, because this shit will make you go insane. If you don't think it won't affect your body, you can lose your mind through this. People commit suicide, but gang stalking, TIs. I'm always listening and learning, but I actually went out and bought electronic weapons to believe they existed. You know what I mean? I actually went out and found out who was gang stalking me to believe in gang stalking was a real tactic. You know, stuff
okay,
that.
wait. Did you just say, Mike, did you just say you bought a directed energy weapon, bro?
I don't know what you call them. It's just off some site, but it puts out a weird pitch, and it gives you a clicking sound behind your ear. And I think I read that on people's YouTube videos. It's really just a dispersal weapon, but on a certain pitch, it can be a nuisance weapon. You can put it in someone's house or apartment or your neighbor, and I think people are doing that to each other because people are caught up, right? But that's like low. That's like a low end of directed of electronic weapons. Like it only costs $150. Like, the U.S. military has a militarized version of it. You can see it in pictures on some of their tanks, and so does Korea. And they use it on the public during riots. But there's so much different types of electronic weapons, like this fucking V2K. The shit that I've only probably say I might have experienced it once in my life, but I'm such a factual person. You have to show it to me for me to believe it.
Okay, shout out to Awakened State, of mine targeted in Australia. He said, did he say he bought an energy weapon?
It's not
The
classified
people
as
they want to know, did you buy a directed energy weapon, guys? I will be right back.
Here, give me 1 minute.
Bro, you can keep the conversation going, man. I will be right back.
Oh, I got you, Nexx.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I got you, man. I got you. So Mike, say you bought the energy weapon, man. You say you bought one?
Okay, yeah, it's not really a big deal either, though. This thing can't kill people, from what I know, or anything. Clubs and owners and bars will use it, but that's what made me understand that the technology exists.
Oh, okay, I got you. I feel you. I got you. I don't buy one, but I feel what you know. I see you like to, you want to know how everything works, and I understand, that part. That
So
part.
I already know who's gang stalking me and why the gang stalking me, and I know the size of their network across the planet. Though it's really hard to explain to anyone because I'm going to sound crazy.
Oh yeah, it is. It is a net.
The TIs.
Not about it.
That's the thing that makes it crazy. You want some?
Bombing, but I don't know about that part. But I do understand trying to figure out what's going
Come
on.
back.
I understand trying to get the research you want to understand, and everything. And so I get that part. I do feel you on that. Trying to understand what's going on. So you get the idea. How to defend yourself, how to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's also paranoia will kill us too, right?
Oh yeah, paranoia will too. Yeah, definitely. Paranoia will kill us. Stress.
I didn't
stress
just like back down from my targeting. I went out and into their faces and learned a lot about it. But I learned it's the truth. But here, where I'm at, most likely the states in Europe, the fact that no one else said anything about it, it makes it really hard for me to talk about. Because I have evidence, and, police incidences, and actual incidences, and it's you don't make Hollywood movies like that. Only real stories are that insane, right? Real targeting. You all know.
Yeah, it's crazy what they do to us, man, out there. You know what I'm saying? I just try to, stay. I pray every day before I go out there, man, and I go on. You know what I'm saying? Go on as much as I can.
Like this is such a bad thing if you can, use your prayers and your spirits, religion, anything to help you, anything in this life to get you through this shit. You know what I mean? And just lay away from the drugs and alcohol. That's all I gotta say.
Oh yeah, definitely. I thought about that sometimes. When I was going through some things, I was like, man, drinking right now would be so great, but then I go, nah, it wouldn't do me no good. I need to stay, especially clear-minded with whatever it goes on. It wouldn't do me no good. You know what I'm saying? It'd make me easier to pray for them. Do whatever.
Sometimes when you're in a certain party you're targeting or programming, right, you can do those things, but at other times you really can't. You shouldn't be anyways.
Yeah, definitely, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy out there, man. Like I said, and shoot, man, I've just been trying to make it, like everybody else, the job's the worst. I think, like I said, the job and the driving is like the worst thing of them all. I think the most for me, I think it's the workplace I can't stand because I think it makes me, I mean, it doesn't irritate me no more. It used to back in the day because I'm more of a family person. You know what I'm saying? Trying to take care of my bills, do what I normally do, man. And, to see people not work and wait on you to respond to some stimuli every time you go to a job, man, that's hurtful, man. And they still get paid the same amount of money as you do. That's what hurts me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that part. I can't stand it because I mean, to me, I came here to work and y'all supposed to come to work too to make your money like I do. But instead, your job is me. I am the job. You know what I'm saying? Technically, I am the job. I'm it. I'm the job. So your job is basically short to get as many responses of me as you can and to get a rise out of me as much as you possible as you can. And sadly enough, all I'm trying to do is survive. You know what I'm saying? And just get through the day, get through my 8-hour day. So I would tell other TIs anyways, I got you on the phone, Mike. I would say other TIs, I would tell other TIs, if work doesn't work, I would say get your own business if you can, or pray to God when you got into this program, you've already you've got yourself established to where you can retire or you got something going for yourself that you don't have to work these jobs because these dead end jobs are just traps. You know what I'm saying? So they can get the responses out of you. It has nothing to do with you being a hard worker, lazy worker, or whatever they want to call it. It has nothing to do with that. Not at all. Not one bit. You could be a hard worker or you could be a slacker. It wouldn't make no difference. The outcome is still the same to me in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make no difference. They're still going to get.
I respect harder working people more than I respect people who don't work hard. Doesn't mean I respect these people, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they don't. That's the thing about it, Mike. That's why I get what I get at. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? You can be a hard.
They don't care about anything.
No, I don't care about that. They care. You can be a hard worker. You can be dedicated, down for the cause, down for the job, and they're still going to mob you, and they're still going to do to get the results. The results are still the same because you're going to respond. You got to respond. You got to do your job. Like I said, it does not matter. And it took me a while to get there from going to job to understand that because I used to always think, I was a hard worker, you know what I'm saying? And let me be.
House, community, city to city.
Yeah, it won't matter. The outcome will be the same. It will be the same. And it took me a while to understand that, 2 years in. So I start realizing a little while. It's like, so it wouldn't matter where I went,
No, I understand how they do that and why they do that. And that most people have never even talked about it, nor do they even understand it. I tell them it's not is it a positive thing or a good thing when people have the truth in life. And scare either one hand or scare the shit out of them, or it can. The other hand is always death, right?
Yep, it's always death, and a lot of TIs are dying out there, and and God bless those TIs. And I'm sorry they died. I can see how how they got there. I can honestly see it because with everything you're trying to do and trying to get yourself up. I mean, they just beat you down to the point where you're just like, dang, come on, man, like give me something, give me some elbow room. You know what I'm saying? So I could do something.
Breaks every now and then, just
Yeah,
to
they
make
need
sure that
breaks, man. So I can function, man. But you can't even, you don't even know what that is no more. Sometimes a little while you'd be like, man, I don't know what that is no more. You just go on with the flow now after a little while because you get so burnt out. So I
yeah,
just get to the point where I just I go to my job, do my thing, I get out. I don't socialize too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't. As long as I got this phone on them, I don't trust these people. I hate to say it that way, but you know what I'm saying. If it wasn't for what it is, man, I have tons of friends, man. If it wasn't for this stuff, easily. It's just
yeah.
with the technology out there and what they know they
I
got to
mean,
get out
and the real question is
there.
just because this didn't happen to you, does that really mean those people are still your real friends? And
Um,
that's what fucked your head up, right? Just because it happened to you, because they changed afterwards, right?
um, it changes. You have
Change,
to
right?
I feel like you have to distance yourself, to be honest, a little bit from your friends and your people that you've known for years. You have to distance yourself, and I hate to say it that way, but you have to, because in this program, what I'm saying, they got their orders and they're going to follow it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry to say it that way, but they're going to follow it. They're going to do what they're going to do because they know what you are, and they're going to do what they're going to do. And so you got to do what you got to do because you already know you're on the other side of that coin. You know what I'm saying? And that's just
That shit will never stop unless you like stand up to it. Most 99% of people probably don't because they're scared of the whole what's happening to them. They
yeah,
knew
they got to
that
give.
stood up for themselves and how much respect is worth within the whole GameStop thing.
Yeah,
Shit,
this got to go with a false fear. You know what I'm saying? And move forward.
totally deception, right?
You
Like
got to
it's
look at it like the way I
insane
look
how
at it now.
deceiving people are.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say this. Yeah, the way I look at it now, Mike, to tell you the
Whoa.
truth, to be honest with you, just keeping it 100, I look at it now, God's got me. You know what I'm saying? God's got every TI out there struggling, you know what I'm saying? And, they're going to do what they're going to do. You might as well just going to do what you're going to do. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to go to that store, go to that store. If you're going to go, to the park, go to the park, man. If you're going here, go there. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them bring your energy down. You know what I'm saying? They're going to do what they're going to do. They have their orders, and they're going to follow it to the T. And you're going to waste your time trying to reason with them and talk to them, and they're still going to do what they're going to do.
oh
So
yeah, for
that's just
100%.
what I'm going to do. That's just what my mindset is. You know what I'm saying?
That's
And
some of the best advice I've probably ever heard about any of this shit. Because one thing you have to accept is we're not in control.
yeah,
Secondly, like your advice right now is probably the most helpful thing to me.
yeah, definitely, man. Like I said, like I said, God bless, man, and go out there and do you. I mean, don't let them feel that fake fear. Go ahead and let them do what they're going to do. They want to jump around like monkeys or whatever the heck they do. Next, what I'm talking about. Whatever they do,
Absolutely.
because you can't stop it. So
It's,
you're wasting your time. Go and do what you're
yeah,
going to do,
man.
man.
It's a tactic that they use to capture our attention, and it's called street theater, guys. Street
Mhm.
theater. I've seen some weird street theater, guys. I mean, if y'all even go on, if y'all look in my videos, big shout out to Jeff. Oh, Jeff. Oh, what's going on? I see you, bro.
Yo, Nexx, my man, how you doing?
I'm blessed, man. How you doing? It's good to see you, man. I've seen some crazy street theater, man. And any real TI, everybody that's tuning in live, watching the playback, man, we have seen some crazy street theater, man. You guys want to talk about any situations where you have seen
How
any
you
street?
doing, man? I'm getting some feedback here. Hold on.
This is the craziest topic ever, right? Street theater. I'm just being honest and real, right? And I can't
Hey,
tell
man,
if
it's
it's
great to see you.
I can't tell if it's personally I can't tell if it's real or if it's just me being paranoid. But even the fact that I can't discern it could totally mean that it's real.
Okay, well, I definitely have a video on my channel that's called Street Theater, right? Where there was some crazy street theater happening when I was on the street, right? And guys, right, you guys watching all my real TIs in the chat right now, please type in right now in the comments, man. Let us know any situations where you have um come into a situation where there was some street theater going on. Um, Big shout out to Justice T.I. He says fake accidents. Shout out to Earl, Beats Epitome, man. We seen one of those in Chicago. Fake arguments, fights. I mean, all kind of stuff, man. I've seen it. I documented this stuff, and a lot of that stuff, because I didn't want my channel to be one of those channels like. And shout out to the people who do feel like they're doing their justice. I'm not taking a shot at them, but I didn't want my channel to be dedicated to the perps and these gang stalkers and these people that's out here doing the street. But I did want to give people a glimpse of what I was seeing in real time at certain points. You know what I mean?
Fake life insurance policies. Man, some of this shit is absolutely scary.
That's a fact, though. They do. Shout out to Chosen One. That's a real thing that happens, man.
Hey, Nexx.
What's going on, Jeff?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Was there just a conversation happening about if the weapons were real or not? Did I hear that right?
I don't know. I didn't hear it, but I had stepped away for a second. I had to go use the bathroom real quick.
Oh, okay. I just thought that was a conversation. Somebody asked if the weapons were real or if it was a mental instability or something.
Yeah, no, that was me. I was just asking questions.
Jeff, if you got something to say, bro, the floor is yours, my friend.
No, I mean, if that conversation has passed, we should just let that pass, you know. But I mean, I can tell whoever asked that, it's definitely real. I've been jammed up all day with it, so yeah, it's real for sure. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place right now, man. I've been getting jammed up pretty good in the last couple of days.
Hey, man, if you want to talk about it, man, the floor is yours, my friend.
No, I appreciate it.
It's definitely real, Jeff. It's definitely real.
Yeah, it's real, man. It's real.
Absolutely. You know, I'm a survivor of those. You know,
I've never gone through that, but I went through everything else. How come not me, right?
Absolutely. So in that moment, Mike, this is a learning, experience where you can hear from people who really went through it. You know?
Yeah, it's my first time really even talking to people about it. If you watch YouTube videos, like 90% of the TIs are just gonna think everyone's crazy, and they're just being intelligent, right? Because they no way they're opened up and woke in this world. Truths, if they are that true. And there are truths in this world that are that true, that will wake you up out of your full life.
I have to disagree with you, Mike, respectfully. A lot of those TIs, I wouldn't even put a percentage on it because I don't know what percentage of the TIs have been hit with those weapons and what percentage has not been hit with them. I don't know.
Knows about their existence and believes in their existence.
But there's if you go through this, you don't have to believe anything.
Right.
Like if I'm believing something, like I'm believing for a better tomorrow for all TIs, right? That's what I believe. But I've been hit with these weapons, bro. I know that's real. Just like I know if I turn the water on, the water is gonna come out. I don't believe it's gonna come out. I know the water is gonna come out. If I turn the water on, the faucet, the hot water is going to come out. I don't have to believe it, bro. It's same concept. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we hit with these weapons, just like Jeff was about to go in, because when you are a survivor of these attacks, and then you have somebody come on and say, "I don't believe this. I don't believe it." You know what I mean? It's like, yo, bro, like, you know what I mean? That it could really get, passionate in that moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it's cool. Like it's cool if you don't believe it, that's fine, bro. Like if that's you, if you don't believe it, but like we're real TIs, bro. We have endured through the. I have physical, I have physical traits on my body, signs that can show you that I've been hit with these weapons. And I'm pretty sure Blunt got them, Jeff O's got them, and a lot of people in the chat has got them, and we go through this. And, at the end of the day, You know, what you believe is what you believe. I guess that's up to you at the end of the day. But you know, TI lives matter, bro. At the end of the
I'm
day.
curious, Mike.
Yo,
I'm curious, Mike. You say you've been through everything else. What have you experienced?
I've been targeted, right? And then there was a gang stalking program, basically similar to the ones that everyone else puts out on the internet. It sort of died down.
So you're getting gang stalked.
So
I mean, I'm just curious. Like when you say you've been through everything else, so you're saying you're being gang stalked. Is that what you're saying?
Right, like I just said, like right now I'm not. We understand, like it's a program. The intensities of what they do go up and down.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the program. I'm asking you what you have experienced. See, like I haven't experienced a V2K.
No, neither have I.
I've experienced the weapons 100%.
Absolutely.
So I'm asking you, besides the gang stalk, what have you experienced?
Yeah, your personal experience, not what anybody else is going through, Mike. He wants to know what you went through personally.
Depression, mental instability, maybe slight addiction problems every now and then, but nothing to worry about. Being blacklisted from society and realizing it, losing like connections with your friends and your family, and realizing that you're on the outside of a community that's looking in. Making a mistake.
But you haven't experienced like B2K or any, you know, outside of the gang stalking program type of thing? I mean, as far as that, like you haven't experienced any.
I don't know much about B2K. As far as I know, to me, it only realized it through within gang stalking, right?
Well, it's as simple as hearing voices.
Oh, right. So, yeah, no, straight up, yo, I can't tell if that's mental instability on my part from all the psychological abuse or if it's like an electronic weapon. The fact that it's not like overpowered. The only one time I've ever thought that I've been through that was when what you guys would call a perpetrator, or no, a handler, who was setting it for me. I'm using all your terms here because I don't use those terms, even though I understand why you guys use them. Either way, I walked up to him and I was going to say something like hello or something or good morning, and then I felt like, well, I walked up to him and I didn't say anything. I think it felt like the first time in my life someone pulled the words out of my mouth or my head and left me like not saying or doing anything for a second. Then he just said it exactly, and that's really the only time in my life I've ever felt like any kind of thing like that could ever be done. But you know, I did research into B2K. Man, that shit has been around for a long time. Motherfucker, people like invented that shit a long time ago and covered it shit up. The fact that I don't know if it's being used on me or if I haven't bought it and tested it out, because that's what I like to do. That's just my story, yo. I'm pretty like, after you get targeted as an individual and you go through the gang stalking program, your entire fucking view on reality gets broken a bit. You realize how corrupted the world is. It is the basis of all of this. That's the whole basis of gang stalking, is to corrupt you so that you don't make the mistake or do whatever they did to do this to you. Like you have to know the system as well as they do. It's a corrupted world we live in. That's the whole basis. I mean, the basis really is a military tactic, right? You target an individual and kill them. You know, American president could use the American military to do it in Iraq to one of their dictators. And that's how they plan to get that person, like Saddam Hussein. It's a military tactic that was invented before technology came out. Humans have been using it since fucking electricity even invented. It was how you got people, how you controlled. Like I had to learn all this shit, and it breaks your fucking.
Mike, how long you been targeted?
Like under 5 years.
Well, I'll give you a little. I mean, I got targeted in the summer of 2015 in San Diego, and 5 different states. You know, since then. And I just started getting hit with directed energy weapons this year, February 27th.
Yeah, they wait a while. They push it to happen.
Go ahead,
you know,
Jeff.
I hope you never have to experience it, man. But you know, we could wrap up that conversation and move on for sure. But
Yeah, you can ask me
I
questions.
appreciate you answering that for me.
You know, it's not knowing you guys very well, so I'm just trying to be honest and play like Nexx acts, right?
Absolutely. Be 300, bro, at all times. Honest.
I'm also a very modest person. Just because I haven't had something done to me or that I don't believe in technology doesn't mean shit. Being opened up to the world of gang stalking and turning to a TI changes your view on life, anyways.
Okay, Mike. Let me tell you something, Mike. For you to say I don't believe in technology, it doesn't mean shit. Let me tell you, bro. It means
exactly.
shit. It means something, bro, to a lot of people, bro. It might not mean shit to you, but you know, for people that's going through this, bro, it means something to them. And out of respect for them, bro, just watch how you articulate.
People are gonna take that offensively, bro.
That's a fact, bro. Like right now, people are like, "Yo, Mike is a perp." I'm gonna tell you right now, straight up, Mike is not a real TI. Like that's what people are thinking, just because of how you are articulating things and what's coming out of your mouth. Now, you know, me personally, like I don't know you. Like I don't even know. Like you won't. You know, you said your laptop doesn't have a camera. I don't know any laptop that doesn't have a camera, bro. Like I don't, you know, every laptop has a camera.
I'm just using the mic, but
every laptop has a camera, bro. You know, and that's besides the point here. All I'm saying is be very selective with how you articulate your words. You can't just say, I don't care if the technology is real or not. You know, the technology is real. You know, I've said it. I've said what I went through. There's 30 people in the chat right now who are on the chat telling you that they went through it. Blunts went through it. Jeff Owens went through it, bro. Like,
I've been through it all day,
telling you.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I'm not doubting that it doesn't exist. Don't get like too mad about this. I'm just saying I haven't been through it. You understand? That's all.
But
Well,
you get
you
that
just,
part, dog.
Mike, you just said that you didn't care.
Yeah.
Like I don't care if the technology is real or not. You know, like that's harsh, bro. Like that's hard to say something like that to people who are suffering from this technology. You know what I mean? That's like saying whatever you're going through, like whatever tactics that they used against you, that'd be like Jeff coming on and saying, I don't care whatever Mike is saying is real or not. You know what I mean? You would definitely, like, that would be a trigger for you, bro. Like you would be ready to pop, and that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Technology is definitely real, bro. And people are being hit with directed energy weapons.
People, just because people haven't been through what you've been through doesn't mean they're coming at you wrong. It just, understand. This is a hard topic to talk about for everyone. We all gotta be really careful.
Mike, let me get the floor on this one, man. But I feel what you're saying, Mike. But like you said, you can't. Like Nexx said, man, there's a lot of people really going through this, and we're telling you it's happening. I mean, I don't know what else. Nexx said it perfectly and better, so you can, he said it nicely in a nice way, but he's saying what we're saying. Just people going through it, man. And there's, take that very seriously, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people out there suffering, man.
Just don't hate, I'm still young and I'm still going through
but you gotta, like Nexx, I feel what you're saying, but Nexx, you got to watch some of the words, how you say it, man, because people on here, man, we're going through this stuff for real, man. It's no joke,
Absolutely.
And people's lives matter out there, man. And,
Absolutely.
a lot of people, dude, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when we put it that way, I completely understand,
And I know you I know you hear the videos and you do your research and all that. That's cool and all, but when you experience it, it's a whole different ball game, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole ball of wax, man. And like I said, that's why I take it personal, just like Jeff O and Next Level do here too. I take it the same way because, until you experience it and been treated, like that, and you know what I'm saying, you get that stuff happening to you, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna. It's not.
I mean, Mike, how do you think you're being a gang star, man? Somebody, just getting a rogue group and gang. No, it's AI, it's technology. I mean, you think people are gonna blanket your surroundings and create an omnipresence just for you, and there's no tech. It's all technology, bro. Like, so just use your imagination, man, and just go off of that. And for you to go through gang stalking and not even have an idea that these weapons could exist, that's crazy to me, man. Like, I don't know.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm not mad or anything, It's just learning different people's perspectives. Because my gang stalking is I learned who the gang stalkers were and why they're, you know what I mean? Like they're real people, right? And so
yes, they are real
It's
people.
real people.
it has nothing to do with technology on my end, you know what I mean? Like I didn't have to think, you see what you just said. I just learned they're regular people, right? And they were doing it for a reason.
Yes, yes.
We all have different stories, and we all gotta be more respectful of everyone's stories and our point of views. So we all don't know everything. So I'll be more careful too, is what I said.
I guess to wrap this, what Nexx saying, just say, man, technology exists. Let's just move on because I see where you're trying to go with that, but it's not where it's not.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue that point by any means.
We're not vibing on this part, so I figured let's move next to the next thing. You know what I'm saying? We said what we said. I don't think we're getting nowhere with this. You know what I'm saying? Nexx said what he said. Jeffo said what I said. I said what I said. I mean, there's move on. That's the best I can say.
I mean, Jeff asked a valid question, and shout out to you, Blunt, bro. I feel you, bro. I feel you. I feel your pain, bro. Jeff asked a question, man. He wanted to know, what type of, what type of things have you endured? Why? I want to know, Mike. Why do you identify as a targeted individual? Like, what happened to you that made you feel like I am being targeted right now? Do you feel comfortable talking about that, or?
A little bit. I mean, like, my targeting in my case was, I think I did something to bring it on, and I definitely know that, right?
Well. I mean, I hate to cut you off. My bad, Nexx. But of course you done. I mean, you always think you did something. So I mean, like, what Nexx trying to figure out what was up? Like what's, like.
Okay, so
beans.
I did something or said something that community people didn't like. In return, I got gang stalked by that community. I did research into it, and it's happened to people all over the world and shit. And that's how I learned gang stalking with a program, just to be more clear, right? It's a program, right?
What
oh, go ahead, Nexx. My bad. You got the floor. My bad, Nexx.
It's all good, bro. Like, what did you go through, Mike, like that made you feel like I'm a targeted individual? Like, what happened? What did you endure through? What, can you give us some kind of information? Like, because we're curious now. Everybody is like, you got the spotlight on you, bro. And I don't want to make you feel like we're attacking you or nothing. Like, we just want to understand. You know what I mean?
A little bit, but I can also feel like we definitely just want to understand. Yeah.
I just want to understand. You know what I mean? Like, if I was attacking you, bro, like you would know. Like, trust. There'll be no question about it. We really want to understand. Like, what did you go through? Jeff asked you this, like maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. He wanted to know, what did you go through? What happened to you, bro, that made you identify as TI? Not what did you do? What happened to you?
Like, what did they do to me?
Yeah, what happened to you? Yeah, what happened? Because as a TI, as a targeted individual, bro, like, we go through things. It's not nothing we did, purposely. Like, they try to weaponize our guilt and make us think like, oh, I did this, and now I'm a targeted individual. No, that's not how it happens. But they play psyche. It's a psyops that they like to play with us to make us believe that we did this. We ate the last honey bun, and and my boss targeted me because of this. You know what I mean? Like, they want to make us feel like that. But we're just wondering what you went through, bro, that made you feel like I'm a targeted individual.
All right, so there's lots of people out there on the net. You can read lots of TI stories. People said or did things, and then targeting started. It's a tactic used from communities, right? So with that aside, like, I said something, right, that I shouldn't have, and in return, I got gang stalked by the community people that didn't like that. So they put you through like a program. There's like they come by your house with like hundreds of cars honking your horn just to scare the shit out of you, to let you know how much there are. Man, you can fucking like rob you, home invade you. They'll fucking tap your house. They'll use the property managers to give you their keys to come in your apartment and move shit just to fuck your head psychologically. And it's a community of people community that you fucking get their firemen and their cops and their doctors. You get blacklisted from being a TI and you be gang stalking your community. Go try to get like a dentist appointment or something when some shit happens. You know what I mean? I'm a real TI. I'm 4 years in, and just my name and my city or this part of Canada, between a lot of people, you fucking hear people know it. I've talked to other TIs already that gave me my name. They're like, oh, you're that guy from that guy or something. I'm like, oh shit. Because this community, people are criminals, right? Fucking community is huge. I know these people and shit. It's ridiculous. But it's different everywhere. I've read so many documentaries on TIs, like old rich white dudes in the States who were like security firm computer guys, and they released a secret or they filed a complaint, and then they get stalked on huge different levels where like I believe it when they're telling me the CIA has planes in the air and their whole life is being controlled. But there's people who get like low-term gang stalked too, like you know, but there's such a big topic to talk about. You can only share your experiences.
Okay.
I guess you want to know all of it, the whole thing. Like the gang stalking is a program that destroys your reputation, turns your family and friends against you, and makes it really hard.
Bro, hold on, man. Hold on.
All that happened.
Gang stalking is not the program. Gang stalking is a tactic that they use to harass you. You know, organized stalking is the program, right? Gang stalking is just a tactic that they use when you go outside and it's somebody driving by honking your horn, right? You said somebody honked the horn at you.
All that.
And then it's somebody on the absolutely, Jeff. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. There's somebody standing on the corner and it's somebody over here. And you know, it's a gang of people that are used and placed around you to harass you and to stalk you, bro. That's what gang stalking is. I've seen a lot of videos with a lot of these perpy dudes talking goofy shit, you know, talking about this is what gang stalking is, and none of that was what gang stalking is. Like with this organized stalking program, they have so many different tactics that they use to harass you. Gang stalking is just one of them.
One of the aspects, yes.
Absolutely. So let's be clear on that. Like gang stalking is just one of the tactics that they use. And if you've been gang stalked,
Nexx, what do you think about Brian too, man? What his theory on it is to verify the technology, you know, the verification process, man.
Well, shout out to Brian too. You know, when I first got on YouTube, Jeff, and I learned about what was going on, I found his channel. This was like back in 2017. And it's just obvious by watching his videos, you know, he definitely knows a lot about the technical aspect of what's happening and how they're targeting certain people. You know what I mean? Like about the, you know, cognitive patterns and the supercomputer and the stuff that he says.
Yeah.
You know, and shout out to him. And he's going through some things right now. You know, I'm not going to chop him down. I'm not going to say nothing negative about the guy, you know, but I am going to say that I think that, you know, I don't care how much information you know or how much information you think you know about whatever it is, Jeff. I think that people need to show respect for each other, you know, and not treat people like shit and not think that they're better than other people because they know, you know what I mean? Like I've been on conference calls and things, and I've heard people talk to people certain ways and stuff, and that just didn't sit well with me, bro. You know? So at the end of the day, I feel like respect is, you know, what matters at the end of the day. You know, I don't care what you know about the supercomputer or what you know about whatever it is, and you know, and if you feel some way, if you feel a certain way about somebody, I think that it should be communicated to them on a one-on-one and not, you know, running smear campaigns and typing these crazy comments about people and putting them on people's videos and shit. Like I don't, you know, I don't side with that type of BS. But, you know, at the end of the day, I salute Brian too for being brave and, you know, sharing what he does know about, his experience. And I don't really hear him talk about his experience that much. I don't really hear him talk about his story.
I was just going, I hear you on that. I hear you. And I think there's definitely some sort of superiority complex sometimes with these conference calls, not saying any names or whatnot, but no, I feel you, man. I was just talking about the actual, just the verification idea that he has behind the organized stalking. That's what I was going with, not his whole protocol. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just the theory kind of makes sense, man. The more and more I break it down, and for me, you know what I mean, in my situation.
Absolutely. Like Brian too was one of my heroes, man. Like when I first found out about this, like I held him in high regards. Like I was like, wow, every time he posted a video, I was on it. I liked it. I'm leaving comments and everything, and what he's saying, I just feel like this, for somebody to know so much about, what's happening to people, you would know that it's not the same for everybody. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's not. And what technology they're using on you, Jeff, they might not be using that on me.
Right.
They might not be using that on Mike. Well, Mike said he don't get no technology, so they ain't using nothing on him. But with Blunt, they might not be using that on him either. They might be using 3 different degrees of technology on all 3 of us. So I think that it's unfair to just make comments and make statements.
This is not a one box reference type of thing.
Absolutely. And I think it's unfair to say this is happening to everybody and this what I say goes and such and such. You know what I mean? Like but I think he puts out great information, and if people are just now finding out what's happening and they want to know more about the technical aspect of what's happening, I would definitely point them to Brian 2's channel. To just learn about
but
what's
again,
happening.
His end result is death. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, that's why I like coming on here, man, because it's love. You know what I mean? It's T.I. Lives Matter.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go on his channel. It's more about ego and death and some grim shit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times.
I'll look them up. What's his name?
But he gives the facts though. The facts that he knows. And I salute him for that, because it's a lot of people, Jeff, that won't even come on. There's a lot of people that won't even show their face. It's a lot of people that won't make a video. There's a lot of people who make 100 videos but won't show their face because they're scared at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he throws videos up, man. That's for sure.
Yeah. And, I agree with what you said, though, Jeff, 100% about what you said, bro. And that's why I say, if you're just looking to learn about, the facts about, how they're using this and, supercomputer and this and that and, patterns and this and that, I would definitely point them in Brian 2's direction to say, check out his videos, But it's a lot of people who are like, they question, like, how is this guy traveling all over the world? Like, where is he getting the money to do this stuff? You know what I mean?
I question that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people won't say this, but we're gonna talk about what we need to talk about here on We the People, like that. And that's, it's an honest conversation, and we're not trying to run nobody over, or we're not trying to, throw them under the bus or nothing. But I'm gonna say, what people are afraid to say. A lot of people are like, how the hell is this dude in Hong Kong one day, right? And then in Thailand the next day, and then Ecuador the next day, and how the hell is he doing this shit?
He's in the Amazon jungle right now, chopping up shit with a machete or something. I don't know. I have no idea. That's crazy.
Yo, hold up, bro. I use the bathroom, man. I gotta use the bathroom. Yo, y'all keep the convo going, bro. I'm right back.
All right, Nexx. That was funny.
Come on, man. What's up with you, man? Good to meet you, man.
Good to meet you, Jeff, man. Doing okay, man. Making it, man. God bless, man.
I heard earlier, man. You have a kid. Tell me about that, man. How I can't even imagine that.
Yeah, man. 4-year-old daughter, man. 4-year-old daughter, beautiful, man. Just I worried, man. It bugs me every day. I keep thinking, you know what I'm saying? She gets older, you know what I mean? She's gonna do the same thing these people do. You know what I'm saying? With the phones, man. Do you know what I mean?
Oh no, she ain't gonna do what these people do. No.
No, man. You never know, you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean, we're all remote neural monitoring, you know what I'm saying? The way I look at it.
Yeah.
So they go, unless the things change, or like I said, it might change in time. I never know. If I make it, God help me, because I've been hit with
But I
everything.
mean, does your harassment change when you're with her opposed to when you're by yourself? Or
It kind of differs sometimes. Sometimes they let me be, and then some days they pounce on me still. Even when I got my daughter, I'd be like, dang, man, like damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, I got my kid with me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you got to have a conscience somewhere, you know what I'm saying? I'm a grown man, I'm 35, you know what I'm saying? Cool. I take it, it is what it is, but not a kid, you know what I'm saying? So that bugs me. That gets under my skin, man. Like nobody's business, because that stuff just, man, I just don't know I don't know how they do it, man. Like I said, I couldn't live myself doing that stuff. Not when somebody has a kid, man. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it for the life of me. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna harass that dude. He got his kid, man. When he get done with his kid, we'll get him. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
But I've been harassed so many times with people with kids, and it's the same deal, man. It baffles me, man. I can't even fathom that, man. To have a wife and kids and going out and harassing people.
Right. Oh my God. I have actually been around where I was in several situations where I was gang stalked by whole families. You know what I mean? Old ladies. Like I don't know if y'all ever been to Florida. I've been to Tampa, Florida, where I have never seen the organized stalking movement that crazy ever in my life. Like it was so crazy. I mean, old ladies in wheelchairs, they was like pointing their phones at me, and it was on the phone. I was just like, whoa, like this is crazy.
Deep way.
Little kids, like bus drivers, like everywhere I went, bro. I was like, whoa, I was looking around like, oh my God. Like big shout out to S Rogals too, man. I see you, Stace. Um, Sleeping Beauty. She says, I saw a recent interview with Richard Lighthouse, who claims that the V2K that can be heard is at a 420 to 480 megahertz. And anything above 520 megahertz is subliminal mind control. He claims AI, I think AI is behind it. Yeah. Big shout out to Sleeping Beauty, man. I see. I'm gonna try to keep up more in tune with the comments, man. Because
wait, Nexx, can you reread that or paraphrase that what you just said?
Okay, I'm gonna reread it.
Please.
I got you, bro. Shout out to Sleeping Beauty. That's who left the comment here. Sleeping Beauty. I saw a recent interview with Richard Lighthouse, who claims that V2K that can be heard is at a 420 to 480 megahertz. And anything above 520 is subliminal mind control. He claims AI is behind it.
Hey, thank you, Sleeping Beauty, for that. That's interesting, because I've been thinking, well, panel, what do you think about subliminal V2K? Is that possible?
Oh man, I believe it, man. Man, it's subliminal messages in a lot, man. Have you ever seen that movie? They what is it? They Rise or They Will, with Roddy Piper in it, where he had the glasses on, and then he saw all the subliminals, and he could see all the like the reptilian beings. Did you ever see that with Roddy Piper? It's called They Live. You ever seen that?
I haven't.
No.
Mike, you ever seen that movie?
No, I haven't seen that, but what Justice T.I. said, subconscious programming is 1000% real. I did do some research on that. That's true.
Okay. Cheryl Lewis says, yes, Nexx, I saw it. And that's just a great, guys, it's on YouTube. Like, you can Google it, you can watch it, you can pull it up and watch it, man. I suggest everybody check that out. They made this movie back in the 90s, I think, man, when Roddy Piper with Hulk Hogan was the WWF champion. It just yeah, it just goes to show how subliminal messages is in a lot of things that we don't even know. It's in music, it's in some TV programming, and I do believe that though, Jeff. Like I do believe there's a lot of subliminals going on that man that we don't even know.
I mean, like Nexx, in the mall, like for instance, if you go in the mall and you're at a store or something, and they have, the light, elevator music playing in the background or whatever, they got, smooth jazz. Well, there's studies saying that, and this has been around since the 40s, 50s, whatever, that they'll even have like a faint, like the decibel point right below that music of a faint type of how's that word said? The people that hypnotize you, a hypnotist, whatever.
Right.
A faint sound of a hypnotist's voice in a certain hertz and a certain decibel, giving subliminal messages either to buy stuff or don't steal stuff. You ever heard of that? Just like when you're shopping in stores, you know what I mean? On just doing your daily activities.
I never
Subliminals and everything.
I never heard of that. I just want to give a big shout out to Ignious United, man. That's my G. He said They Live wasn't a fiction. It was a documentary, man. It was real talk. It really was. But yo, Jeff, this to answer your question, bro, I have never heard I've never heard it, but I believe it though. Like what would be the best time to be, playing subliminals when we're in the store shopping, about to, about to run up a check, that'd be the best time to do it if, like if I was a store and I was like, like it makes perfect sense, that's why people, if you ever notice, like sometimes you'll go to the store, you're like, I'm just about to buy a shirt, I just need a shirt, and then you end up leaving with like 2 pairs of sneakers and like this is like when I had it though, like right now I'm in a situation, but I'm just thinking about the times I remember. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to just go get a sandwich real quick, and then I leave out with like 2 bags of groceries or something. That those subliminals might be, it might be something that really is happening, in those stores, man. That was a great question, Jeff. I don't know. Blunt, did you know anything about that, man?
No, I didn't. But it sounded interesting, definitely. You know what I'm saying? I believe I'm saying it could be true, definitely. I mean, possible, but like I said, I never heard of it yet. But you know what I'm saying? I haven't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Shout out to Yvette C. She says, good evening, everyone. Yes, I am hit with subliminal messages all day, every day. Yeah, man.
My heart goes out to them, put it that way, whoever that is.
It happens, and it's out here, bro. Like, yo, Blunt, it's out here in plain sight. Like we've been.
Hey, so I'd like to ask whoever asked that question, how do they know that they're being hit with subliminals though?
That's the thing. That's a good question. I don't know. I really don't have an answer for that. Like, guys, everybody in the chat right now.
You just know. That's the best way I can explain that.
Yeah,
please comment on that.
You just know. Yeah. There's no way to explain that to nobody or break that down. You just know. You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna know. It's one of them things. Like you said, you're.
Well, see, I have an idea.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
I think I'm getting hit with some like subliminal V2K. I don't know, man. I can't, I don't have anywhere to go with that statement, but that's what I feel.
You know what it is, Jeff? I wouldn't say subliminal. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna say that, but what I will say is there is frequencies, bro, like that they are hitting people with, and it depicts this in that movie Control Factor. If anybody has ever seen Control Factor, that's a great movie for people to check out, where they show, you know, people, they're broadcasting frequencies that can mind control people to do and think and act in certain ways. I honestly believe that is happening, you know, especially in the inner cities, you know, where there's a lot of, you know, black on black violence. And I don't even want to say black on black. I just want to say inner city violence. You know what I mean? Because they got kids thinking that it's cool to go out here and kill, you know, go kill people and tote guns, you know, and that, like, they think that's cool. Like, they're programming people to think that, man. And I honestly think that these frequencies are being ran. Shout out to Final Fantasy. I see you, bro. Yeah. He said record it and amplify it. He said that's how you can do it. You can record it. And shout out to Steve Dave. He said, I worked in Hollywood and my family works on DEWs for the North Thrive. I hope I said that right. You wouldn't believe. He said you wouldn't believe what is happening if I told you. Steve, I'm gonna put a link in the chat right now. Download the Zoom. Come on and tell us, bro, what's happening. We want to hear Steve. Steve.
Hey, is Mike still on here?
No, Mike is gone, man. Mike breathed out. Mike breathed out.
Next, I meant to tell him. You need to look up YouTube. One, everybody needs to look up the Moscow signal. You ever heard of that?
No, I never heard of it.
I just came across it today, man. Something like in Russia, back when they were doing electromagnetic, like, I don't know, arms race or whatever. There was a dispute between the U.S. and the Russians, you know, go figure, right? But the U.S. basically denied Russia on something. Russia aimed a microwave satellite at the embassy, started cooking the embassy worker. This is back in like the late 50s or the early 60s, like MK Ultra days, right?
I believe it.
No joke, man. The Moscow signal. They cooked embassy workers for 9 years with microwave, and there was like a random check at year 2 or something. People came in and they caught the frequencies. Well, instead of actually telling the embassy workers that they're being microwaved, you know what, they'd taken their blood and doing a freaking experiment on the embassy workers for the next 8 years. This is back in the late 50s, early 60s. They were using microwave technology for 9 years on 9 U.S. embassy workers that were getting experimented on.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe it, bro. Jeff, I believe it.
It's a crazy story, man. I'm not doing it justice. You got to look it up for yourself. I'm not really explaining it too well, but I meant to share that with Mike. I mean, if that was going on in the 50s, 60s, imagine what's going on these days, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
True that. I'm with that. I'm with you. Yeah.
Absolutely. Man, oh man. This is We the People, guys, volume 7, man. We're about an hour and a half in right now. This is the Wednesday, We the People Wednesdays. And I just want to personally thank everybody for smashing those thumbs up, for being amazing, for typing those comments in and letting us know what's going on with you. And we just got a lot of things to talk about, man. I don't know, things kind of jumped off. Things kind of went left a little bit, you know. And I believe that it's okay, you know, to have disagreements, because everybody's not going to agree on things all the time. But you have to have compassion when you're talking about this. A lot of people say it's hard to talk about this, you know. And coming from a guy who has been going through this my whole life, it's not hard for me to talk about anything. You know, it's just you have to be careful with how you say certain things, and to be mindful of those who might not have experienced things that you haven't. You know, people might have experienced things that you haven't experienced. You know what I mean? So be mindful to those people, you know, and have compassion. Don't just like toss it out the window. Like I used to be really heavy on the conference calls. Have you guys ever you know, been on these TI conference calls that they have?
No. There he is, Vulcan Wolverine in the house.
Vulcan?
Nice to meet you, man. I see
Where
Kyle.
my boy at? My boy on there? Hey, what up, Kyle? Let's go. Okay. Yeah,
There's Vulcan Wolverine.
Yeah, he just gotta get his microphone. Hey, there you go, Kyle. What's up, bro?
How y'all doing, man? I was listening to y'all's conversation. I kind of wanted to throw in, the guy was saying, is it mental illness or weapons? For me, it's really obvious. And, you just got to look up John Hall, Dr. Robert Duncan, Barry Trower, Dr. James Giordano, all those people. And like Jeff was talking about, the Moscow microwaves. Then we've got the Cuban embassy attacks and the China consulate attacks. So there's just so much evidence, it's so concrete. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Hey, Jeff, hey, is it blood?
Oh, blunt.
Blunt.
Blunt. Okay, I'm sorry. And hey, Nexx.
It's all good.
How you doing, Kyle?
Good to
That's
see you,
Pretty
bro.
good. I'm kind of, I've been defending pretty good, but I'm getting that chest thing tonight. Like they're kind of messing with my heart a little bit. But doing
arrhythmia.
Yeah. Just if I want to do anything like a video or come on a live stream, my attackers are like, boom, we're gonna hit you in the chest. We're gonna hit you with some anxiety. Do some of the remote neural manipulation. So it's like if I wasn't defending it all, I don't think I could do anything.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Absolutely.
I hear that, man. I'm glad you're on, man.
How do you deal with that anxiety, man? Get that external anxiety. How do you deal with that, man?
What was that, Jeff?
How do you deal with that? I mean, I hear you talk about is anxiety a big part of the manipulation for you?
Yeah. With the remote neural manipulation, they can affect your autonomic nervous system. So it can make you real anxious, and it's almost like this physical anxiety. It's not even psychological. You're not stressed out about something. You're not dreading something. It's just all of a sudden you will be hit with like a physical just anxiety, like your nervous system.
Yeah. So how do you personally deal with that?
The transcranial stimulation. God, I've been taking boron lately, but mostly the defense is like grounding, Dave Case's CD, the transcranial stimulation, the passive shielding on my head too, like the less EMF stuff. I have this huge mound of stuff to cover my head up. So that helps a bit. I'm trying to think if there's any like supplements. I do take, and I'm trying to cut down on this, but I do take lorazepam.
Ativan.
Yeah, that helps a lot because it's like kind of calming your nervous system down. And they're attacking our nervous system and our brain, right? The remote neural manipulation is specifically attacking the brain and the nervous system. So if you're really calming the nervous system down, it's like they don't have anything to grab onto. It's not getting in tune with your nervous system. The frequencies that they're kind of hooking into your nervous system with.
So is it possible if you miss a day to even sleep if you don't take that? I mean, I don't know how long you've been taking it, man, but.
Yeah, it's harder to sleep. Like if I try and get off of it, I get the sleep deprivation a lot more. I have to do a mantra. Like when I go to sleep, I get so much V2K that I have to do a mantra like Jesus Christ is my savior or God is healing me. And I just keep it going in my head. And it works. It's kind of like this little metronome to kind of calm you down. These little psychological methods that you can calm your body with, no matter how stressed out you are,
Appreciate that, Kyle. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man, but I liked y'all's conversation tonight. The weapons are just so obvious to me. And I think for some targeted individuals, it's like, the weapons sound crazy or whatever, but it's like being fired on by integrated weapon systems. You can feel the heat on your skin, you can even feel it on your hand, and then it's like with the high-pitched tinnitus-like sound, which I've cut down a lot with my defenses. It's obvious non-ionizing microwave radiation, interacting with your brain and your nervous system. Like the high pitched sound that makes your head kind of want to explode,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Your internal organs vibrating, you know what I mean? Type of stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely do a heavy metal cleanse, because what they're doing with the vibrations, it's like frequencies and resonance that are affecting heavy metals in your body. And that's what you get the vibrations from. So if you really cleanse heavy metals out, it can kind of stop the vibrations. At least you may feel effects. You may feel like, you know, kind of your nervous system being messed with, but the vibrations won't be so bad. You know?
So what's that, like borax type of thing?
Yeah, I would definitely take boron. Take boron or borax. Heavy metal cleanse though, there's a lot of stuff
too.
like cilantro. What else? I'm taking this stuff. If you go to Doc of Detox, it's this website where they have all the stuff for like cleansing heavy metals out of the brain, cleansing heavy metals out of the body. You can get some specialized supplements, but it costs money. It's like $55 for like, you know, a couple months worth of the supplement.
What about like decalcifying the pineal gland? And I mean, that stuff's important too, man. I think people really neglect, I mean, me included, I neglect that. I want to do like a cleanse, focusing on that too.
Yeah, man, cleansing is so important. I know that maybe some people, you know, think the passive shielding is the most important thing. Cleansing everything out of your system, especially, man, because I know this sounds like way out there, but we are getting toxins. We're getting these nanofibers, you know, what people call Morgellons. Like everybody's getting this Morgellons or nanofibers in their system because they're trying to turn everybody in the world into an antenna, right? The military industrial complexes of like every nation are trying to turn everybody into little antennas so they can surveil them and then attack them if they want to. You know, they can kind of profile people, remote neural monitor them for a while. That's why, like the guy tonight, he was saying he was gang stalked, but he didn't get any of the weapons. But I was like remote neural monitored for decades. Like decades before I started getting hit, because they're gathering intelligence. You know, they're like remote neural monitoring and seeing how you think, seeing your psychology and stuff like that. So then they can strike, and then they start doing this overt, boom, you're getting high V2K, like overt gang stalking, where it's very obvious, you know. Yeah. Yeah, y'all were talking about a lot of good topics, so I had to jump in.
Definitely. Well, Kyle, jump in on this one. Subliminal V2K. What are your thoughts about that? Is that possible?
Oh, definitely. The thing is, they can do V2K. See, I can get V2K where it's like I audibly hear it in my inner ear. Then I can get V2K where it represents itself in my inner voice. So it's like I don't hear it in my inner ear, but then it pops up like it's my own inner voice.
I've had that happen, Kyle. I know what you're talking about. I've had that.
Yes, sir.
That's what I was trying to tell Mike, the other guy that was on. What, you know, I was trying to explain that to him. I said,
inner voice.
You know, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're talking about, because I've had that happen, you know, because the voice, whatever you're hearing, you know, like I never fell asleep and I was talking to somebody, and next thing I know, when I was asleep, I heard their voice, you know, their actual voice, and I could tell that was from, you know, it's
because it's not you. It's like your inner voice, but you're not thinking it. It's like coming from an external thing. And then they can do V2K where it's like you don't even experience it in your inner voice. But I know that they do those things because I will get very unmotivated to do things, or I'll feel a way, and you're being affected by this V2K. A lot of people say that the high-pitched tinnitus sound is like V2K that you can't hear. You know, and I don't know about that. Like, I'm not sure, but it kind of makes sense. You know, that there's like hidden V2K that you can't hear, and it's always kind of in that high-pitched sound. And it's saying things like for example, it's like, you're tired, you don't want to make videos, or, you know, stuff like that, stuff to kind of unmotivate you.
Hey, Kyle, do you think that V2K is directed toward our subconscious brain?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think a form of V2K, but like you were saying earlier, Nexx, you're like, they just do a bunch of stuff. Like they'll do these kind of layers with this targeted individual. They'll do layers with another targeted individual. So yeah, definitely they can do V2K, and it's like it's going past your conscious brain to your subconscious brain.
Absolutely.
And yeah, definitely. Definitely, man.
Yeah, it's so many different methods that they use, and like Jeff asked about Brian too earlier, and I just feel like he gets so in depth in what he learned, and that's what's up. I salute him for that, but he should also know that they're not using the same tactics for every TI. I never hear him say that. Like I never hear him. He just like, this is the such and such, and this is going on. And I've tried to reach out to him several times. Like he'll leave these comments on my videos, and I'm like, how can I contact you? Like, can we get the conversation going? He'll just ghost me.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, man.
He doesn't really trust a lot of people.
No, he doesn't.
But you know what? You know what though, Kyle? I've talked to a lot of beautiful girls, and those beautiful. They're like, oh yeah, I know Brian too. Like I talk to him. He'll holler back at them.
Yeah.
He'll contact them, like straight up. And I'm not no cap. Like no cap. He'll contact them. But it's like, yo, other people got love for you too, Brian. Other people believe in you too. Other people want to talk to you, and we've been cheering for you.
He's really affected by the remote neural manipulation. Like he knows a lot about it. He has this is what I would say for everybody about Brian too. He has a major piece of the puzzle, but he doesn't know everything.
Absolutely.
Who knows everything. So like he goes on, like he's like, this is what's happening to you. You're getting a bidirectional stream of energy that's going straight to the nanotechnology in your brain that's past the blood-brain barrier. It's an angle of it. That's a possible angle of it. But there's also like electromagnetic fields around the head. There's non-consensual implants. There's external hits. So he has a very important angle, but you can't go to any targeted individual who's speaking out and just be like, oh, well, they know everything.
Right. That's a fact. Nobody knows everything.
Yeah, this has so many moving parts, and people are going through different stuff and different layers, integrated weapon systems being used on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And then at the same time, Kyle, our molecular structure is built different, and we react different to different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what might work for Blunt here might not work for Jeff. What might be effective on me might not work for you, Kyle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I don't never hear him, put that information out there. It's just cognitive patterns, supercomputer, blah, blah, blah. Like everything, like the same thing, everything over and over. Ignore them. I'm here to help you, such and such. And it's like, I just want to talk to him, bro. Like, and if he's watching this, I really do want to talk to Brian too.
Yeah, he'll talk to you, man.
I just want to. No, he never talked to me. He just will leave these crazy messages on my comments, but he won't talk to me.
I'm telling you, he's swimming down the Panama Canal right now, bro. Give him a call. He's canoeing right down that mother. I don't know.
Bro, he's in Hong Kong right now with some sweet and sesame chicken. All right.
Well, I'll tell you, y'all were asking like how he travels around so much. I think he had a very good job before he got the targeting. I think he was working for the State Department or the Department of Defense.
Actually, the DOD, man.
Yeah, he was building stuff. Yeah. I'm not sure because he says that he was in Special Forces. He says that he actually targeted people, and then he says that he was has like 3 different stories. So I know he's a real targeted individual, and that's like when I talk about Brian too.
Right,
I know he doesn't care. Like he doesn't take things personal, so I'm just like, yeah, Brian. But he said a couple of different things, so I'm not really sure what his what his occupation was. I don't know.
I'll never throw any real TI under the bus. Like I will never do that. You know what I mean? But if I have a discrepancy or if I have any issues with you, like I would love to talk to you about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I see a lot of people on YouTube. Man, Kyle, did you see TNN today, bro?
I saw it, man. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I think, dude, real talk.
I watched that.
It was good, man. Hey, Nexx. Okay, wait. Before I start, can can I say something? Can I give you some a little bit of positive criticism?
Please.
I think you need to use your own music. When you do those reports, take the music that you've made instead of doing that, the news music, do your own music. Like take the music that you produced and play it with, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, because it'll be uniquely you. That music kind of makes me anxious a little bit. You know, because it's like the heartbeat.
Whoa, I'm sorry about that, man.
No. It's not a big deal or anything.
Yeah,
you know,
I think Dan Rather's coming on that.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. No, it's definitely good. And it's not like a criticism like, oh, it's totally bad. But I'm just saying, I think it would be a lot better if you used your own personal, unique music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people would like it a lot more. But the information's great. I
like it. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Like it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's good, man. It's a good channel. Like I said, it gets good information out there, and I like it. Cause I even watched. I said, oh, my boy Nexx on. I said, I gotta watch this. Hold on, let me see what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of good information out there. So
shout out to Tanya Bayer, man. I love Tanya, man. Shout out to every TI out in Australia right now going through something. She said it was too loud. Next. All right, so I'm gonna try to turn that down a little bit. I just think that it's I think that it's important for us to, because I'm actually on YouTube, man, and I'm on here and I'm really looking for real TIs that's going through things. And sometimes we get fooled, but, I just wish that somebody had done that for me when I was coming up. Nobody had done that for me. And I try to go find channels who are not getting many views because I know what it's like to be shadow banned. We still go through it, right? Kyle, real talk, bro. You should have 100,000 subscribers, bro. How hard you've been going.
I'll tell you.
You should be up there, bro.
I'll tell you why. It may not just be shadow banning. I think there's shadow banning involved. But it could be this too. A lot of people who have really, really large YouTube channels, they promote themselves, like they go on other channels. They build partnerships with YouTube, like they do a lot of other stuff to like get the word out to promote themselves. So I haven't really promoted myself a lot, or gone on to other channels. So it's about right,
But Kyle, you've been consistent, bro. You've been doing this, man.
I appreciate
if y'all don't know, Vulcan Wolverine is one of the forefathers of speaking out against this and being brave. And my boy been posting for a long time and been consecutive and been going through this and been, I remember, Kyle, when I first started watching these videos, bro, and I found your channel and I looked and I seen how hard the trolls was going in your comments.
Oh yeah.
And it was like, you was just like, it wasn't nothing to you, bro. Like you was just like, oh, whatever, like.
Well, we got a mission, man.
Yeah.
We got a mission, it's a lot better now. Like it used to be so bad. It was like 75% of the comments were people saying you're mentally ill.
Yo, they was going hard. Yes.
Yeah.
They was going really hard. Bad. I was just like, wow. Like it made me want to watch more, It made me want to say, what is this guy doing, man, that all of these people are going hard on him? Like
man, people want to cover this up. People are hired to come on and say, oh, this is mental illness. I mean, they hire people just like at DHS fusion centers. You have the gang stalkers. They have cyber stalkers that are like at computers that they go onto certain websites and targeted individuals that are speaking out and they try and discredit.
Yeah, absolutely. And
hey, so I want to ask both of you, Nexx and Vulcan. I mean, since you guys have, Kyle, it's been like 5 years, right? You guys have been posting videos for quite some time.
I'm still new, Jeff. I'm still new, bro.
Nexx is really new. Probably about a year.
About a year. I did my first video in November 2017. So it's been like about 2 years. I'm still a baby, man. I'm still
doing good. You're doing good for just 2 years.
Okay, so you guys noticed, Kyle, in the last 5 years, have you noticed your targeting change? Or you really can't, because you're so you're well prepared with defenses. It's
but you're right. But it's have you,
either one of you?
Yeah, like my targeting has gotten a lot worse. My attackers really do get angry when I speak out. But like you're saying, I use the defenses, so it's this constant battle, right? I'm like attenuating, and then they're kind of trying to pump it up and get through, and it's causing this kind of battle in my brain and my nervous system. Yeah, they've hit me a lot harder because of putting the videos out. But that's why you have to use defenses. If you're going to speak out, you have to be prepared. That's the only way that I found peace in this, is to take power away from the attackers.
That's right.
As much as I can and control it. Because if you're depending on them, you're trying to do things and you're just completely undefended, they're just going to take control, and you're going to be like, well, I don't feel like I can do that because they're going to hit me really hard if I do that. If you're defending, you're blocking a little bit of it. You're like, oh, well, I can do that. And then no matter how mad they get, they're not going to be able to get all the way through, you know? But yeah, Jeff, it definitely was hard.
Well, man, we the whole community thanks you guys, man. For real, I mean that. We really appreciate it. Everything you guys do.
I just, you know what?
Channel, Jeff.
Yeah, man, you need to, you should do it, Jeff. You know, whenever you do it, you know we got your back, man.
Definitely.
I know you do. I know that. I appreciate that, man. I really do.
Absolutely, because I feel like we all got a story to tell, and it's important for us to all be in a space where we can have ears to hear and not to judge. And you know, like the guy who called in earlier, Mike Banks. You know, I don't want him to feel like, you know, we were attacking him, but to just understand, you know, the words that were coming out of your mouth in that moment were making people feel some type of way. You know, and
I got really upset. Yeah, I got really upset.
Right,
yeah,
right.
I was like, oh my! Jeff came on and said what I was thinking. You know, Jeff was like, did you say mental illness or weapons? Because it's really obvious that. And I was like, oh, okay.
I missed that part.
Y'all all talked to him about it, but I was getting anxious. I was like, dude, I'm gonna get on.
He was trying to rub me the wrong way. I was trying to fill him out, and I was trying to, you know, read what he was saying. But once he said he bought the energy weapon and all that, he said he's doing research.
Yeah, that was like
left field.
Or he said technology's nothing. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said he didn't care about it. You know,
that threw me off, man. I was like,
that's
dude,
right.
I don't know what to tell you. We giving you 4 people that have gone through the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we give it to you. You're hearing it live, dude. What else do you need to know, man? You know what I'm saying? And I understand research and hearing, and you know, you're hearing it from live people. God help me, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're kind of upsetting me a little bit, because like I can't break that down any better. And I appreciate you, Nexx, for trying to try to, you know, reason with them and trying to make them understand. But after a little while, you see nothing against them, but my patience wore thin a little bit. I'm like, dude, like I don't. Why are you asking these same questions, dog?
Yeah, I didn't want him to feel like we were attacking him or nothing, but you have to understand, like when you come on here and you articulate things with no compassion or respect for what the next person has experienced, what they're telling you. I went through this. Like, look at this. Look. Like, let me show you my let me take out my hair. Like, let me show you my fingernails. Like, let me show you, you know what I mean? I mean, I have scars. I have scar burns on my feet. Like, let me show you this stuff. Like, you know, we have physical proof that this is happening to us. And when you come on and you say something like, I don't care about that, such and such, then, you know, that will really upset people. And I just wanted to let him know, like, I didn't want to like laugh and smile and agree with him. And then when he got off, start talking about him. You know what I mean?
Good job, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, and shout out to him. You know, like I know when you're going through things, and you know, it's very. I don't think that it's. Some people feel like it's difficult to talk about it, and at one stage I did feel like that when I first started making videos. It wasn't easy for me to talk about that stuff. But now I'm just like, I just want to make sure that I articulate things, and I'm thinking about the people who might not have went through what I went through, or the people who might have went through things that I haven't went through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I didn't want to kick him off or nothing like that, or make him feel like that. Like you said, Nexx, I feel 100%. It's just I was trying to make him understand, and you know, it seemed like no matter what we said, he kept going back to the same stuff.
Right. It's a little bit more than walking past a smart meter outside your house.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're just trying to, you know.
Yo, I
But
just
no,
want to
Nexx,
give a.
you did a great job, man.
I tried, bro. You too, man. Like we tried, man. We tried. That's all we can do, man. But I just want to give a quick shout out to Autumn, moderator alert. She says, "Welcome, Wolverine. Hello. I left a message on your latest video about a V2K link. Yeah, actually, she posted a
Thanks,
video.
Autumn.
She
Autumn's
posted
awesome.
she posted a video with the link to Dave Case's CD audio where you can actually download it. So she's
Okay,
got
you can
that.
just download it. Oh, that's
Yes,
great.
yeah.
Okay,
She
yeah,
posted a link on her channel. Everybody subscribe to Autumn right now. If you're not subscribed to her,
yes.
you're sleeping. Subscribe.
Well,
There's
Nexx.
three dots at the end of the chat. You can tap it, go right to the channel, subscribe right now.
Well, hey, Nexx, can I say something? You know, Dave, like somebody put a CD up on SoundCloud, and that was really awesome because I could just tell people just go to SoundCloud and try it out.
Okay.
It's, you know, but now it's like it's on antitinnitusv2k.com, but that's awesome to know that you can just download it because
Yeah.
that's a lot easier. I really, really suggest that to everybody, just anybody getting directed energy weapon hits, because you might be getting the remote neural manipulation and you might not know it. It can
Right.
kind of separate things so you can say, okay, oh, this is remote neural manipulation. This is electromagnetic frequencies to the brain and the nervous system. And
Yeah.
then, oh, this is external hits. You know, it can kind of separate those things.
Yeah.
Data cases CD is like probably the best thing I've found to
Yeah.
attenuate the remote neural manipulation. But I do want to say this: if you have V2K, your V2K is going to increase when you're listening to Dave Case's CD because they switch from microwave hearing to noise induction. You know, like, have any of you guys experienced this when you're walking by running water or something like that? You hear the V2K.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys experienced that?
I have. I know I have.
Yeah, that's an effect in the outer ear. It's like they're doing some kind of infrasound or ultrasound, and so when you hear the sound of the water, it's mixing with that. So like that's what happens with Dave Case's CD. It's like helping with everything, with all the remote neural manipulation, but the noise induction, the attackers will switch to that noise induction, so the V2K gets louder while you're listening to it. So it's this kind of complication for targeted individuals with V2K who want to listen to Dave Case's CD. I'm trying to find something to counterbalance it, to knock it out, but I kind of just bear with it. I bear with my V2K because everything else feels better. And then when I'm not using Dave Case's CD, there's like this cumulative effect. It's affecting the microwave hearing and buffering that down overall, you know? So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Kyle, has it always been like that? Has the V2K subsided at all? I know you stopped using the CD for a little while, right? For a week. I mean,
for a week, man. Let me tell you, I was using the noise canceling hearing aid, so I just stopped using Dave Case's CD, and my attacker started like putting this feeling down my spine.
Wow.
And then one night they just amped everything up. My appetite was screwed up. It felt like they had a grip on my digestive system and my heart. Like they just broke through. And so I started listening to Dave Case's CD. My appetite started getting better. And then they were unable to like squeeze my heart with the remote neural manipulation to the brain and the nervous system. It was bad. It got really bad. So it just kind of reminded me of like how much better things are. Because I use certain defenses, you know. So you guys have to know that there's definite ways to actually make this feel better. It's not going to always be this bad if you try some things, you know. There's some things you can try to really make this better, you know.
Yeah, man, your last video was uplifting, man. I gotta tell you, man, it gave me some perspective on just really, truly, you know, how our short-term memory is kind of erased on any given moment at any given day, but your last video, Kyle, man, really gave me perspective on it has been worse. You know, man, it was that was nice to hear. That was good work on your part.
Dude, I forgot. Like that's what you're saying. Like my attackers made me forget how bad it was, which is weird because you'd think they would be running that through my mind all the time, but they want me to get used to a certain level of torture and forget that, look, oh, I came from 3 years ago where I could barely get out of bed. I couldn't really get out of bed to like, I can go to the supermarket. I can do certain things, you know. It really helped me because I was feeling really bad the other day, and I just thought, oh, well, it's been worse. I have a little bit more energy, and it helped me to kind of be thankful, you know, for the energy that I do have, you know. Doesn't make it completely great. It's not like, oh, this is so awesome and fun, but it does help, you know.
Okay.
So everybody in the chat, really hear that. I know it sounds crazy, a CD, listening to something at night. It works. It does. It sounds crazy. It sounds like, no, I'm not going to waste my time going and ordering or downloading, but do it. Like the CD really helps. It does.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like people don't, I mean, I didn't believe the CD could help. That's the thing. This is so bizarre. The stuff that they're hitting us with, that the solutions are going to be pretty bizarre too. And people are going to be like, oh, the way this feels, you're telling me a CD can help me out, and they just don't try it. You know, they don't prioritize it.
Right.
So
that's right. That's exactly right, Kyle.
Well, thank you, Kyle. I'm gonna have to try that definitely. Like I said, I do the earplugs, you know, just in my ears, you know what I'm saying? So I can just sometimes when I first started, like I said, a little bit in the beginning phase, I would put the earplugs in my ear, you know, to stop the sound, you know, when the sound was so bad in my ears. But I just did one ear because it's all in my left ear, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I hear
it. Get that CD, man. Get that CD, Blunt, for real. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
make that a priority.
It's that high-pitched sound in your left ear?
Yeah. It's like a high-pitched sound, you know what I'm saying? I can hear it when I'm going to sleep or something. Like I can hear, you know, the sound or a voice, you know what I'm saying? I can hear it's all in my left ear when I go to bed. I can hear it clear as day.
Dude, you can also get silicone earplugs. Get silicone earplugs, because when you put silicone earplugs in, it's going to absorb some of that heat, because a lot of that noise is from microwave hearing. It's kind of this process where they're like sending a signal to the brain, then the brain sends a signal to the inner ear. But it's based off of heat. It's based off a microwave. So if you get a silicone earplug, it'll absorb some of that heat too. There's a couple of things you can do, man.
Okay.
You know, just but I would start with Dave Case's CD. You know, start off with that.
All right, definitely. I'll definitely do that then. I'm glad y'all have good luck on that, because I definitely need to think of something, because I was like, man, I did hear about it, but I never did it. I was like, nah, I was like, I did the earplugs. It was working for a little bit. And I felt like they just turned it up. You know what I'm saying? So now I was like, well, the earplug's not working. I was like, what else can I do? And I forgot about that. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely.
Yeah, and apparently now you can just go to Autumn's page. Just go to Autumn's page, and then it'll bring you to where you can just download it on your computer. So you can just download it on your computer and listen to it with your headphones. You do need to get some specific headphones though. They're like called COS KTX1 Pro headphones. I'm gonna type it in the chat room for everybody.
Kyle, which ones do you use? These the COS right here?
Yeah, the COS KTX1 Pro.
That's exactly what I use. Yeah.
Okay.
What do they go up to? They go up to like 40 hertz or something like that. Or 20 hertz. I'm not good.
I thought it was right around 30 hertz, like right in between what you're saying. Yeah, I think that's what Dave said.
Yeah, 30 hertz. Yeah, it has to go up to a certain frequency level, because Dave is using similar frequencies that don't hurt us, but it confuses the integrated weapon system, because they're basically trying to resonate with your brain and your nervous system, and they use very, very similar frequencies for remote neural monitoring and remote neural manipulation. So he puts those similar frequencies in this chaotic frequency CD, and then it confuses it. The signal they're getting back gets weaker, and so the signal that they can send gets weaker also, because it's like this bi-directional stream. It signals in, signals back. You know, that's remote neural monitoring and remote neural manipulation. They're basically turned us into antennas, and then kind of work with our brain like it's a cell phone. You know how your cell phone can just get a signal anywhere, right? And then it can receive signals, and then it can send calls too. And it's more complicated than that, but that's a good basic way to think about it.
Oh yeah.
Check this out, guys. While we're on the topic of I don't even know what y'all was talking about, but I heard remote neural monitoring. I just want to share with you guys something that happened to me in 2016. I was working for a call center upstate New York. And I was like, at this job, it was an inbound call center, right? And at this job, this was the most targeting, well, I don't want to say targeting, but the most workplace mobbing I've ever went through in my life. And I didn't even know what it was back then, right? So I'm on the phone. We have these headsets and everything is through computer. I'm on the phone with a customer and I'm trying to like sell these people some HBO and Stars. And I hear this dude in the background. It's like a big call center. It's a big call center. It's a floor where everybody's on the phone. And this dude was just being loud and just saying crazy stuff in the background, like rah, rah, rah. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was saying some crazy stuff, and it was somebody that I didn't like. Like I had previously almost punched this dude in the face on another job, like months ago. You know, this dude had tried me, so I'm thinking that this dude was a perp that was sent to. So he was just rah, rah, on another job, and I'm just thinking in my mind, right? In my mind, guys, Kyle, Jeff, Blunt, everybody in the chat. In my mind, I was thinking, God, man, I don't like this dude. I was thinking that. I thought that. And right when I thought that, I said, man, I don't like this dude. He yelled at the top of his lungs, I don't like you either. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what? And then right as I thought that, I was like, man, I don't like this dude. And I thought that. I didn't even say it. Like, and I was like, probably about, I want to say maybe 14 feet away from this guy. He was on the other side of the call center and I can hear him. And I thought, man, I don't like this dude. And he said, I don't like you either. And then he stormed out of the call center, Kyle, right? Stormed out and slammed the door, boosh. And I was like, what the? Like, I was like blown away, like, what the fuck is happening there? Like, you know what I mean?
I think that happens a lot to targeted individuals. It's like remote neural manipulation. They will put your thoughts into somebody's head or what the other person's thinking in your head. They do that with me and my dad. Somebody was talking about like DHS fusion centers earlier. Like DHS fusion centers work off of like texting and giving the DHS fusion center workers like little orders to do, but then they also remote neural manipulate them too. So yeah, there's a lot of like playing people off of each other by like, you know, putting something that you're thinking in somebody's head or something that they're thinking in your head. Like it's so many reports about that. I just have it happen with a couple of people, but some TIs, it's like they say everybody they talk to, it's like that person, they can like hear their thoughts. And it's like this weird thing, you know?
You know what I thought it was, Kyle? You know what I thought it was? I don't know if this is what was really happening, because at that job, like even one of the managers came to me, like on one of my breaks, I had went on a break and I was like, and I was so mad, like, Kyle, like they workplace mobbed me so bad at this job. Like if I had a gun, I would, and let's just be clear.
You wouldn't have.
Let's just be clear, Kyle. I'm being real, bro. Like if I had bro, they was playing with me, bro. Like everybody was involved in this, bro. I have never felt workplace mobbing, and this was 2016. I didn't even know what it was back then. That's why it was freaking me out so hard.
Yeah, I've had that
too. If I had a gun, that's all I'm gonna say. If I had a gun, but I came out on my break and the manager came out and he looked at me, you know, and he was just, if you only knew what was happening, it would blow your mind. And
is that what he told you?
That's what he said to me, bro.
That's the same thing, Kyle.
Wow.
He said that.
Nothing. Yeah.
He said, he looked me in my eyes like, if you only knew what was happening. And he meant it. It was real, bro. Like,
wow. Dude, I had that happen. Dude, this guy who lived next to me in an apartment where the overt targeting started to happen, we didn't get along at all. And he goes, and one day he was moving, and I go, hey man, I just want to tell you I'm sorry about all the stuff that happened, because we got into some spats. And he goes, what they got planned for you, dude, you're gonna be sorry. Like, so he knew. I don't know if he just knew about the gang stalking, but he told me, he's like, what they have planned for you, you're gonna be sorry. And I was like, what? So some people, it's like, what do they know? Do they know that the gang stalking is going on, or do they know that the weapons are going to be used too, and they're not speaking out about it? I mean, ooh, yeah.
Kyle, someone once told me that I was put on the grid. The grid. What I mean, like
that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, specifically the grid.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to think about it, but that's how we're being targeted. It's like the satellites are the brain, but then they're using microwave towers, ground radar, over the horizon radar, drones, other things, wind towers. So it's they're building infrastructure in every country so that they can target somebody like a cell phone, So we are. I mean, it's building up a grid so that people can be targeted with redundant systems, so it's like your attackers are sitting. Some people have it completely automated. I have human operators using automated systems.
You just read my mind. I was going to ask you that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So with the automated systems, they can tap into, they have clearances for certain satellites that control, frequencies from microwave towers. I think a lot of it is done with radar, with like over the horizon radar and ground radar. And it's this whole grid where they can use all these different things. So you might be getting hit with an external hit from a ground radar in your chest, and then they're sending, a non-consensual implant, a signal from a microwave tower that the satellite is kind of giving commands to, right? It's routed by the satellite. So it's this whole grid, like our computers get signals, our cell phones get signals, and now there's a grid for people. And they're putting all these catalysts in our system so that we can become antennas. We can get signals, signals can be sent to us, and then signals can be read from us. So read and write signals.
You're saying like from the nanobot technology entering our, like when we inhale it and then it comes up as phlegm and then we digest it and then it breaks down into hydrochloric acid and then it crosses our brain barrier and all that jazz, right? Is that, I mean, and then they just basically turn that on. Is that right?
Yeah. But I only think that's one thing, right? Because you're dealing with redundant systems. So some people are getting non-consensual implants, even though it's an older technology, they're still getting that. Like, I think I have some non-consensual implants. Then we're getting the nanotechnology. And then I'm not sure, like if you took all those away, right? You take the nanotechnology away, you take the non-consensual implants, they have unique brainwave signature that they pinpointed on you. Like, I'm not sure if they could just use that without anything else. I don't know.
I'm sure. I mean, I think they could. Like, what? So are you saying, look, if you have implants, are you saying that, I mean, all of these things, even if it's old technology, it would still be used for what, like R&D purposes? Is that like research and development type of thing? Yeah.
Okay. Research and development to intensify it, because it's like if I have a non-consensual implant, yet my attackers have this nanotechnology in me, and then, I start cleansing and I start getting rid of some of this Morgellon stuff. So they can't really use that. They fall back on that redundant system, or they'll use both at the same time anyway, just to make it more intense, just to give you a stronger signal, right? So when you're talking about the military industrial complex, you're talking about redundant systems, redundant methods of delivering the directed energy, and redundant methods of catalysts that we have in our systems to make us an antenna.
Okay, so for the whole panel and everybody, like, so is there still a belief though that there's somebody outside of your house or following you around in a van blasting you with a gun? I mean,
well, let me say this, Jeff. I had a neighbor who was ex-Army, and I think he had a ground weapon, and he supplemented. He would hit me on the weekends, and I thought it was all coming from him. So I was getting hit remotely from my attackers who were probably in my state and hitting me remotely. But then there are ground weapons where people will supplement attacks, and I think it just depends on your situation, how much that's used. So there really are ground weapons.
Now, Kyle, you're a logical guy, man. Like, did you ever see that ground weapon?
I did. I was supposed to. I was walking around the corner. I went out in my yard and I was walking around the corner, and he had this big open window in an empty room. And I saw this huge square, like a square black front. It because it was a microwave weapon. And so they had these square, like a black square on the front that the microwaves come out of. And he was pointing this ground weapon at me. So I go, oh, he's doing all of it. He's doing the remote stuff when I go out of the house. And then he's hitting me with ground weapons while I'm inside. It was a psyop. I was supposed to think he was doing everything, but he did have a ground weapon.
Was this from like above? Like, was he, so he was in his house on the corner in room. Now, was it on his shoulder? Did he have it in his hand? What did it look? I mean,
it was like that. It was like that. It was like a shotgun. It looked kind of like a shotgun, but it was like kind of a gray and black plastic. And then it had this square, like a square front. I'm going to try and, I don't know how big it was, but it was like that, like a square, and it was just black. Because when they're shooting microwaves out of these directed energy weapons, it comes out of this square front. And I think we can go to websites like Amazing One. Have y'all heard of Amazing One? We can go to that website. I think like Alibaba.com. I don't know. There's these websites where they actually sell these directed energy weapons. So I do, but I think that if it's somebody around you who is supplementing with ground weapons, they're probably ex-military and they've been trained and given certain clearances to supplement your attacks, you know. But, you know, I have a hard time believing that a targeted individual would just be hit with ground weapons. I think that it's mostly done remotely, and then some people, like in some situations, there'll be people with clearances around them, like ex-military that may move in or already live there, that then have ground weapons. Maybe they'll hit you occasionally to keep you in that psyop of thinking they're doing everything, you know.
And did you already have a reference, like you thought this guy was using ground weapons on you before you saw it, so that's why you pretty much know it was meant to be seen type of thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was a ground weapon. Yeah, and he was ex-Army, so I thought he was doing he would put toxins in my yard. They were blowing stuff through my pipes. That a plumber lived across the street, so he was helping out, and they'd put some toxins in my house. My house would smell like sewage. And it wasn't the remote neural manipulation where they make you smell stuff. It was like actually stuff being, the plumber that I called to help me said it's something called blowing through your pipes. So they blow certain toxins through your pipes, and these were toxins that would strengthen the attacks. But it's like, you know, we're on the other side of it, so I don't know exactly what it was, you know, that they were using. But yeah, a lot of people around me were participating in the gang stalking. They were participating in putting toxins in my yard, flattening my tires, you know, doing all this stuff. And I really think that the guy next door was like occasionally, like on the weekends, he'd get into his back room and he'd hit me with a ground weapon. But he wasn't doing the 24-hour a day, you know, like remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation.
So for the panel and everybody, like, so how do all of these tactics work in sync with each other, do you think? You know what I mean? Like, are they, it almost, I mean, if someone's using ground weapons, like, does that go into the data that they're using? I mean, this all has to have an end result of some sort, right? What am I trying to ask? That didn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
What's the reason for it? Like, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. And it's trauma-based behavioral control. So they're going to try and traumatize you. They're going to be reading out like what those ground weapons are doing to you. And what Brian too says is very, very correct. He says that it's clearing neural pathways, right? When you're traumatized so severely, that's like satanic ritual abuse. When you're traumatized and you're tortured, it's clearing these neural pathways in your brain so that then they can remote neural manipulate easier. The more you're traumatized, the more you're worn down, the more you're going to be susceptible to, you know, the remote neural, the entrainment of your brain, them putting visuals in your head and stuff like that. So it all kind of.
So that's where even the sleep deprivation comes in, and yeah, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, they're trying to wear you down. They're trying to get you physically tired and mentally tired, so that then they can do all the mind tricks, all the psychotronic weapons are gonna, you know, your brain's going to accept them easier because you're going to be so tired. Because think about it, when you have a lot of energy, like you guys, when you have a lot of energy, you can like, oh man, a thought was put in my head, but I'm resisting and I'm putting my positive thoughts in, And, you know, it's not going to really affect me that much. But when you're so tired, it's just like, ugh, you know, it just hits you and you really, you know, you can't resist. I mean, you can resist, but it gets harder, you know.
That makes
Absolutely.
sense.
And then
Absolutely.
when they sleep deprive you, their technology is more susceptible to, work on you, and it just it has when you're not getting the proper amount of sleep. Let's unplug from Ti for 1 second. When you're not getting the proper amount of rest, you're not, your body functions is not moving like, how, let me see, like your health is declining, like, you're not thinking rationally, like you're not making good decisions, like, you know what I mean? It's just unhealthy in a whole when you're not getting the proper amount of rest, So plug back into this, the TI, being a TI, and when they're doing this to you, technology that they're using, I know when things got really out of control with me for the V2K, I had already been up. Like I was up for I think maybe 2.5 days, going on 3 days, and that's when it really got out of control. Like I was just like, whoa, like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, if I stay up a day, like if I like do not sleep for 24 hours, my targeting gets so much worse.
Absolutely.
Like the remote neural manipulation is really bad. I get very agitated and stuff like that. So
Absolutely.
It's like I have to find a way to go to sleep. If I stayed up 3 days, dude, I might be out on the street naked, painting my body or something.
Kyle,
watch Kyle's next video, guys.
Watch my next video. I'm gonna the staying up 3 days challenge.
3 days. Kyle, they had me up for 7 days, bro. Like a whole week I was up, and it was torture, bro. Like that's when I ended up in the hospital.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Caden. I just want to give some shout outs real quick, man. Shout out to Truth Serum. I see you, bro. Honey
Truth Serum.
Yeah. That's my guy.
Truth Serum?
That's right. We had a couple perps pop in here, was talking crazy. Did y'all peep that in the chat?
I did. I don't even notice it anymore.
Yeah, we had a couple perps come in talking crazy, but you know what? I got some really key moderators, finger on the trigger, ready to pop as soon as y'all ready to pop that stupid crap, but it's all good. Shout out to Kaden again. Honeymoon says, next, my computer turned itself off when I was on with y'all. And it didn't turn back on for about 20 hours. And it's new. She says only 3 weeks old. Man, oh man. That's crazy, man.
Dude, next, did you see what Tigger Killam said? He said, you can't strip on YouTube. That is a different video service, Kyle. I'm gonna have to the cam girls.
Yeah.
I'll have to do something like that.
I want to give a major shout out.
Wolverine 3 coming at
major key alert to my guy Wayne Morris, man. I just want to give a big shout out to Wayne Morris, man. Shout out to you, bro. I'm my guy, man. I mess with you heavy. I support you heavy, bro. I'm on your channel now. I'm watching your videos. And big shout out to Katie Gaddis too. I hope I'm saying that right. Katie. It's Katie Gaddis. Katie Gaddis. All right. And guys, if I have any slip ups with the names, I apologize wholeheartedly. Okay, guys. Yeah, definitely, man. Guys, if you are watching live, and shout out to Paige. I see you, Paige. She says, Autumn, you mean they get paid from the dark web? That would also protect the slimy intelligence agencies from liability. No one could trace it back. Man, guys, if we can keep our eye on the comment section, man, and all of us engage with the comment section, that would be awesome. If we could do that, that would be awesome, man, because, I feel like those people matter just as important as we do, and just to be, all interacting as what we need to do here, because this is We the People, guys, volume 7, and we just getting things kicked off in a major way, I have a question that Kyle, Paige loves you, man. I just want to let you know that Paige really loves you, bro. It's like she has very admiration for you. She tells me all the time, I love Kyle. He's a great guy. You know,
Oh, thank you.
very
Yes,
nice.
I told her thank you in chat. Yeah, I try my best. I've been going through this for so long.
Yeah.
You know, but we got to just realize that we all have puzzle pieces. Like, it's so important to work together because, like, you know, Blunt has puzzle pieces, you have puzzle pieces,
Yes.
Jeff has puzzle pieces, I have puzzle, Brian has puzzle pieces. And so, like, when I hear a targeted, kind of like when I hear Brian, you know, he thinks he knows everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes he pulls back on that. He's said it before. He's like, I don't know everything.
Okay.
But, you know, that's just the way he is. The way he is he wants to think of everything like textbook. But really, the most important thing is, like, we've got to work together, because this system that we're fighting, it's all these compartmentalized organizations doing all this different stuff, right? And they may not know what the other compartment's doing, but they're still working as a team, you know? So it's so important for us to put our puzzle pieces together. Is it because like somebody was using one of the defenses I used, the hearing aids, the other day, and they were like, oh, I took one of them out and I left one of them in, and it really messed with the B2K. I would have never thought of that, you know? I would have never thought of that. So with their help, I found a different way to utilize the defense, right? So we're like putting these puzzle pieces together, and then we're moving forward a lot quicker. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I know what you're saying, my boy Kyle, talking that talk. Big shout out to Vulcan Wolverine, man. If y'all not subscribed to Vulcan Wolverine, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what happened when you woke up this morning. You're supposed to be subscribed. All right.
Give Nexx a thumbs up on his videos, because this is super, super important. These these panels and the interviews you do, it's really important.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Shout out to what's that? Hyperviolent? Am I saying that right? Is that vigilance or violence? I don't know. It looks like violence to me. He says also need to work together because one goal of it is the counterintelligence. So literally designed to break up communications. Absolutely.
That is so true, dude.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Dr. James Giordano says weapons of mass disruption. So what they are trying to do is disrupt families, disrupt communications networks. They eventually want to use these weapons to disrupt many, many groups. And they are, but you think about it, what's the first group? We're the group who they're specifically using these weapons on already. So obviously they're going to practice disrupting our communication, disrupting our relationships. You know?
Absolutely.
That's a great point, Kyle. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, dude. Y'all got to watch, you know, if you haven't seen Dr. James Giordano, he really kind of, if you read between the lines, he can give you a lot of reasons that they're doing this. He can give you the centerpiece of where all the money, why all the money is being put into these weapons, why all the money is being put into torturing us, and why the gang stalking is also being used. Weapons of mass disruption. I mean, y'all remember when you know, Dr. Horton and Romola D started fighting. They were building that techno crime fighters forum. They were doing all this work, getting all this information out there, and then it's like Romola D thought that Dr. Horton was an agent. Dr. Horton thought she was an agent. They couldn't work together anymore. And I mean, that was by design. You know
what I think it was? Dr. Horton would come on and she's like, we have to kill these motherfuckers. We have to shoot them with a shotgun. We have to get them. And that was like some people was offended by that. Some people was triggered by her. You know, she was like using profanity and cussing, and they didn't like it. I don't think Romola liked it. That shout out to Romola. Like, I rock with Romola.
Yeah,
like,
Romola's awesome. I like them both.
I love Romola. Like, you know, and who else was it? Dr. Millicent Black. I love her, and it was Karen Stewart, right? I used to watch that, Kyle. I used to love Technocrat. It broke my heart, like when that happened, when they went their separate ways.
Yeah, man, that was so important what they were doing, because everybody was getting around it. They had a lot of good people that they brought on, you know, experts that they brought on. It was a big thing. It was a big deal, you know.
Wait, did they not make up yet? They're still.
Nah, bro. Like, no.
I don't think they will.
No. Like, I think some of them are cool with each other. But no, I don't think that's ever getting back together again. I wish they would, though. I wish they would set aside the differences, but I think it was just Dr. Horton's, her profanity is what, they like. I think that before they came on, they would get together and say, "Can you please not curse?" And then she would get passionate about, "We have to kill these motherfuckers that's hitting us with these directed energy weapons." You know,
Yeah.
like Horton was like, Horton is a G, low key. Like, she's a gangster.
That's the kind of attitude we need. The thing is, the weird thing is, Nexx, it's like some people are offended by it. They're like, "Oh man, you know, that's really bad that you're saying we need to hang these people." I mean, it is treason. They do need to be put to death eventually. Yeah. This is war crimes, you know. Yeah. But a ton of people, it's cathartic. Like for a ton of people, they need that anger. They need to hear somebody cussing and stuff like that because they're angry. They need to let it out, right? Yeah. So it's like you get this. Some people are just like, "No, we need to be more peaceful," and then some people are like, "No, man, I want to get this out." So you just got different personalities, and then different, different. Like some people have been targeted for 2 years. Some people have been targeted for 8 years. So you got people in different paths. You know, they're in different points of it. Yeah. I kind of it made me feel good to see somebody like Dr. Horton. You know, I don't know. I think we should refrain from saying, "Hey, we need kill." I really do. I don't think that's. But her anger.
Blow this motherfucker's heads off with a shotgun. Yeah. I was like, whoa! I was like, yo, she is a G. Dr. Horton is gangster.
She is, man. She's a little firecracker, and I mean that's the kind of. This is not right. I mean, but. You know, over the years, I've still have a fire. I want to stop this, but I realize that it's a very ironic fight. Like if we're just like, "Oh yeah, all those gang stalkers, we hate them and we're against them," and I think the people that are shooting weapons at us, I don't think we're ever gonna, get together with them. But the gang stalkers, we've got to realize part of our war is letting them know what they're involved in, because a lot of them are they're ignorant of what's happening. Yeah. So we need to build our army, right? Like, and it's not just with us, but good people who are doing anything. If they're doing something wrong or whatever, we need to get more good people on our side. So it's a very ironic war, because the instinct is to be like, screw those people for screwing me. Yeah. You know, it's a more complicated thing, you know?
Yeah. And shout out to Rick M. He says Romola D wanted to keep it professional. And that was the issue. I love Dr. Horton's style also. And you know what? That was the thing. Like, not only Romola wanted to keep it, she wanted to keep it professional. Dr. Millicent Black, I love her. Shout out to her. And, Karen, they didn't want people cursing on it. And that was the thing. It was the profanity. And I just wish that they could have just worked through the differences, you know? I wish they could have, because I kind of feel like it's like a Biggie and Tupac kind of situation of the TI community, you know, with Romola and Catherine Horton. But, maybe one day they'll work out their differences. I think we need a platform. We need a show where, when two TIs is beefing, we could just come on and talk about it. We could have mediators mediate, have one person speak their truth, and then we can come to some kind of agreement. Wouldn't that be awesome, bro?
That's a good idea. And I think this is also important. I notice when two targeted individuals get into a fight, it's automatically you're a perp and you're a perp.
Right.
We need to kind of pull back from that and say, is this just a fight and we're just two targeted individuals that disagree and we're not getting along? First, go through that before you start calling people perps, because when you call somebody a perp, that relationship can't be fixed. It's done. So.
Absolutely.
Hey, curious guys, what do you guys think? How the gang stalkers communicate and get their orders? You think it's solely through, cell phone communication, or what do you guys think?
Oh,
I
that's a
do.
great
I
question.
think that
Great question, Jeff. Great question. My boy Jeff is on it tonight, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the reason, so the reason I asked, so, you know, Nexx, I told you, I think I told a couple other people, but like about a year ago, I was in drug rehab treatment, right? And there was no cell phones allowed. It was like Nexx, when you told the story about, you know, being gaslit and being mobbed, it reminded me of that, man. I was at this rehab. There was absolutely zero cell phones allowed at this place. I know that for a fact. And it was like what you were describing, Nexx. I mean, I've never been mobbed like that. And it was even like, I mean, they had the color verifications on. They were crisscrossing patterns on me, like it was vehicular stalking. Like it was crazy, right? Like with no cell phones. And another thing I noticed, none of them, you know, there was like 29 guys in the whole thing. And I could tell you exactly who was not involved and exactly who was involved. And then there was the middle, like, you know, the middle ground where I didn't know who was involved. But what I can tell you is they did not have cellular phones and they were running crisscross patterns. Like if you can imagine vehicular stalking, you know how they cross in between you, you know, I mean, it was like that all day long, every day at this place with zero cell phones. I saw none of them communicating directly. But what I did notice that every single one of the perpetrators did not smoke cigarettes, but they chewed tobacco.
Really?
I saw them interacting with each other, knowing that each other were a part of it by chewing tobacco, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But what do you think? I mean, what is that, like an air? I mean, how would they get their orders? Like, I mean, I know like on the streets and stuff, cell phones would be, you know.
Well, Jeff, somebody in chat just said it wouldn't be a far stretch for DHS Fusion Center workers or InfraGard or gang stalkers to get V2K. Like maybe if they're current military who are doing it. So I think that the main way they do it is by cell phones, by like a secure network on their phone. You know how Blackberries have a secure network? I think that DHS Fusion Centers and InfraGard have this secure network where text messages can be sent. So that would be like the main way, but then there might be special people in InfraGard or that are a little bit higher up than the, you know, down low gang stalkers that maybe get V2K or remote neural manipulation. You know, we can't say that's not happening.
Yeah, that's a good point. That really is a good point. I didn't even think about it. I never looked at it like that. I never thought about that.
V2K makes sense. I mean, these guys, it was on point every time, every day, at every given point. You know what I mean? It was that structured.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, bro, like I'm gonna be 300 with you all the time. Shout out to Exalt. He says they could be getting directions to turn left or right or whatever in real time.
I think it's possible.
I don't know how they do what they do, bro. Honestly, I don't. If I did, I would be on here letting you guys know straight, like, you know, if I know this is how they're doing it. So make sure you guys know. And,
well, it's like, check this out, guys. So my neighbor, like when I walk over to the bathroom, he'll turn on his water or hit the wall or shake the toilet or something like that. And I think that it's text messages. I think that they give him a message and they say he's coming over there now, right? Or they give him maybe access to some surveillance. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of technological communication. So if like your neighbor walks out of the door at the same time or something like that, they're getting a text that's like, hey, do this at this time. But I think the ones higher up, you know, current military are, you know, do participate in gang stalking. I've seen so many military license plates, you know, that actually vehicular stalk me. So they might be at another level, right? Or like InfraGard, because you got DHS Fusion Centers, which is Department of Homeland Security, and it's like all the law enforcement and EMS workers and firemen and stuff like that. But then you got InfraGard, which is a little bit more specialized. It's under the FBI, and they kind of do the same thing as DHS Fusion Centers, but it might be a little bit more advanced. So and then you probably have something other than InfraGard that is like people who work for the contractors who are doing the research. You got a couple of those people maybe in your area that are maybe a little bit more advanced. So it's in this kind of pyramidal structure. The people up higher in the pyramid work with maybe V2K or remote neural manipulation to communicate. We just don't know for sure, you know. I think, yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is we need to just keep getting more concrete information, you know.
Definitely. I feel that.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I mean, you know, Kyle, like I was asking Nexx and Blunt about, I mean, the one thing, I'll just go back to, see, when I asked about Brian too earlier, I was solely interested in his verification idea, right? This theory, I don't know if you, and it made a lot of sense. Like when he's talking about triggers and markers, right? Certain things to verify, right? Triggers, meaning somebody will come up, do a street theater or implied, you know, conversation to you directly, right? That's one thing. And then also it makes sense of, they don't want random or chaotic conversations with other people. They want to control every bit of your environment. They want to blanket everything around you, right? Every bit of your reality.
They want to keep your focus on what they're doing, their street theater, their conversations. Yeah, verification.
And I noticed that. Definitely. I noticed the triggers and the markers. Like when he was talking about it, it took me back to that rehab, man. And it just, that right there, just that verification idea that he had, I kind of ran with it, and it made a little bit more logical sense than anything I had at that time, you know?
Yeah, but Jeff, what you got to think, like a lot of this stuff, especially gang stalking, there's verification, right? That's definitely true, but that's one angle. They also want to discredit us, because if you tell somebody I'm getting hit with directed energy weapons, oh, and people are following me around and doing this one light car thing and color coding, so it's like verification, discrediting us, then it's like feeding us to the surveillance state because they want to justify the existence of these DHS fusion centers, right? So we're being experimented on, and then we're just being thrown into the DHS fusion center surveillance to build them up. So it's like these different angles that they're using it for. You know what I'm saying? And then another angle is like to agitate us, to keep us anxious, to intimidate us, right? And that's a psyop that goes along with all the torture. And it's messing us up psychologically. So it traumatizes us psychologically. So in all this stuff, you got to think, oh, it's this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle, you know, and then maybe more angles that I'm not even saying, right? That I don't even know. So, but yeah, I think verification is definitely true, because like your attackers are doing this remote neural monitoring, they can kind of see how you think and feel, but they've got to verify that remote neural monitoring with the data they're getting back is correct. So these people will verify it with their eyes. They'll verify how you're acting. Yeah, so definitely.
Yeah, that was my next question. It's like, why would they need a verification, like a tangible person, if you already can see? But you're right, like just the verification as far as the emotional output in person. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think there's a lot of angles with this stuff. I think that's the biggest problem when targeted individuals are talking. You'll have targeted individuals saying, oh, it's this, and then this targeted individual saying, oh, no, I think it's that.
Right.
It's both. You know, it's both. Yeah. And then other things too.
Absolutely.
And when the military industrial complex, it's tyranny. I mean, we live in an evil empire now. And when they do stuff they don't want the public to know about, they make it complicated. You know, so you notice like Wall Street's really complicated. This is very complicated. They make it have all these moving parts so that it's so unbelievable. Now, Brian too talks about Occam's razor, how people just say, oh, well, the simplest solution is definitely the solution. I mean, that's how people work in the world, which isn't at all how the world works at all.
Right.
So they make it real complicated with a lot of moving parts, and then people are like, oh, well, that's completely unbelievable. You know, there's no way that there's something that complicated in the world. It's like a conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, I was watching this guy, man. You know, I'm not gonna say any names. I mean, I got the clip loaded, right? But I'm not gonna say any. I'm not gonna say any names. But this guy was like, there's not people out there gang stalking you. You know, real people don't have time to. I was like, what the? Like, what? Are you serious? But the demons do though. The demons have time to gang stalk you, but real people are not out here doing it. I was just like, yo, oh my god. Um, you know, and you know that might be somebody's experience. Like somebody might really believe that, but somebody that's really going through it, guys, do you guys believe that somebody that's really in this program for real would say some stupid SHI like that?
I think so.
Honestly, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
real people are not doing this?
Hold on, I don't know about that because I mean, like I said, you're going through.
I don't think that they're being hit with directed energy weapons because when you say the blanket statement of the program, do you mean like everything we're experiencing, like as far as like all, I mean, I'm not getting the V2K, but I mean, is that included with directed energy weapons or just the gang stalking aspect?
Well, with this specific person, right? I'm not gonna name no names. This guy said, real people are not out here gang stalking you. Like that's not happening. But real people don't have time to gang stalk you, but demons do.
But is this person saying that they're being gang stalked?
They're ridiculous. Never mind, they're ridiculous. Like mention it like that, then they're ridiculous. They can't realize like go to Google gang stalking. Look it up. It's it's on Google.
This guy
There's a
was
guide
like,
on this thing. You know?
right, like people getting paid to do this.
Go to Google.
Yes.
Put it in, put gang stalking. You'll see it.
Real people don't have time to gang stalk you, but these demons do. These demons do, and I was just like, wow. You know, which leads me to ask. I want to ask everybody that's watching live, everybody on the panel, guys, do you give a damn who's a real TI or who's not? Because like that's been a narrative now. You know that's. I think that these perps come in our community and try to make that the focus and not what we're talking about the focus. You know what I mean?
Not the real information. It's like, fake TIs, and real TIs, and it creates a division.
Yes.
I think there's a very small percentage of people who pretend to be TIs and come in the group. That's how I see it. And it really, I can't, just like you, Nexx, I can't care. Like I have to put out my information. If I'm like, oh, well, that person's maybe a fake TI and I'm going to, tell everybody about it and then deal with all that. It's like I get taken off a mission and it just doesn't help. It doesn't help me move forward. Like, I don't know. It seems like when we focus on that, it just makes real targeted individuals have a harder time having relationships. And it doesn't really weed out the fake TIs. So I don't know what to do about it. Like I've thought about it so hard, because I want to fix things. I want to come up with solutions. But on that, it's just like, I think the best thing is just if you get a bad feeling from somebody, don't work with them. Maybe tell the people closest to you, like your TI, like little TI group, be like, hey, I don't really trust this person. What do y'all think? Right. But then work with the people you want. That's the only thing that I can think of to do, because like if we get so wrapped up in that, it's gonna nobody's gonna be able to get anything done.
Absolutely.
So
I feel what you're saying, Kyle. For me, I got to battle with it, man, because
me too.
I feel what you're saying, Kyle, 100%. You know what I'm saying? But then there's a part of me like, man, this is people's lives. You know what I'm saying? And it's no joke. And for people to play like that, that kind of upsets me a little bit. I'm gonna be real with you.
No.
I'm kind of like, look, you ain't real TI, get off the channel, man. This is our only, way of communicating. You know what I'm saying? This could be the chance between life and death for people, around the world. So, I mean, to have a platform for us to really get on, man, let us have something. And I just, you know, if you're gonna waste your time, get off the channel, man. That's just the way I feel. You know.
Yeah, Blunt, that's well said.
But I'm not gonna focus. You know, like you said, Kyle, I agree with you. I'm not gonna focus on stuff like that. You know, not too much because, you know, like I said, the message is getting out, and Kyle, you're putting out good messages. You and Jeff, Next Level, everybody out there. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's really more important than anything. You know what I'm saying? But it does kind of, you know, rub me the wrong way sometimes. That's why I say I go back and forth, because when I see that, I'm mad because it makes us look like we're kind of psychopaths or killers, or, you know, I mean, like, you know, out of our minds, you know what I'm saying, crazy or whatever, you know what I'm saying, bipolar, whatever they call us, but whatever makes us look bad. And I just look at it and I go, come on, man, don't take that from us. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah,
I think what we need to be more in fear, not in fear, but more aware are people that come in and try to befriend us, try to play the neutral aspect. That's what I try to be a little bit more diligent about. You know, the people that claim that, man, we can weed those out all day long, man. You know what I'm saying? They're not. I'm not going to sit down and talk to somebody for even 15 minutes at this point, and they're either going to be a TI or they're not. You know what I'm saying? As far as, but somebody that comes into your life and befriends you and these things, especially, we're going to be at vulnerable moments because we have all this stress and we're, you know, for the most part, isolated and things of that nature. I think we, you know, for the community as a whole, I think for, you know, trust aspect, I think it's more to be diligent about the people we let in, TIs or not, you know, just people coming into to befriend us. Does that make sense, guys?
Mm-hmm. Jeff, I feel you on that one. I feel that too. Definitely 100%, man.
Yeah, and like, I agree with you guys. Like, it makes me angry. Like, it makes me very angry. And like, I've had some people that have gaslighted me where they're basically saying, hey man, I'm not a TI and you can't do anything about it. I mean, they didn't say that directly, but what they were doing, like, I was unpacking Philly cheesesteaks into my freezer one night on a text with this dude, and he was like, oh, you need to stop eating Philly cheesesteaks. I mean, that kind of stuff. And he was acting like he was a targeted individual. So I've been there. I forgot what my point was, but I'm just saying, let's take this for example. Nexx talked about it on his TI News today. You know, Ken, that guy came on Ken's show, right? That gentleman the other night came on Ken's show and he left and they started going, oh man, he was definitely a perp, right? And I don't think he was. Yeah, I don't think he was. So I think that the thing is to maybe not jump to it directly, you know, don't jump to conclusions immediately, because you might be saying it about somebody who's not a perp. But yeah, we got to figure out some things. We got to figure out some ways to protect ourselves from that. But I think that's a good example, because I think that gentleman the other night on Ken's show was not a perp. And I think that can really hurt if you're going through this stuff, you're being targeted and people are just like, oh yeah, no, they're not for real. And it's like, oh man, I'm going through all this torture and stuff and people are saying I'm not for real. You know, so we got to think about it from both sides. Think about it if it's a real targeted individual being accused, you know, just think about it from both sides, you know?
Yeah.
I think we might waste our time discussing fake TIs too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, right. I mean,
yeah.
Go for it, Jeff.
No, that's all I got. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's the thing that that's the thing I was trying to talk about too, bro. Like I agree with that. I think we waste way too much time trying to say, oh, this one's a real TI, that one's a not. Like, if you really going through this, like, you know, like at the end of the day, that's the least of your concern, who is a real TI and who's not a real TI. You know what I mean? Which leads me to ask another question too. I want to ask another question to everybody who is, you know, on the panel, everybody in the comment section. Do you care if anybody believes you, whether you're a real TI or not? Because I see that's a big thing. Like, people like, I'm a real TI, you don't believe me? Like, and they get all like wrapped up. Like, I don't give a goddamn if you believe anything, because I know what I'm going through at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't wish this on anybody, but I'm not gonna sit here and convince you, right? I've seen that many times. Like, Kyle, you don't believe me? I'm a real TI. And they'll sit here and like And you like that right there just looks suspect in itself. You know what I mean? I gotta sit here and convince you that I'm a real TI. You know what I mean?
I'll
Like
tell you this, next for me, it's like I want to help people and I want to give them defenses that can relieve their suffering. So it has psyched me out before. I'm like, man, if I like make some kind of signal on my video and I don't know I'm doing it, are people gonna think I'm a perp? It kind of got in my head a little bit.
I know what you mean, bro.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. Like
but
when
we
you're
gotta,
like,
yeah, we gotta get past it.
You'll be filming and your nose just start itching, and you'll be like, wipe it off, and then people will be like, "That's a hand signal. He's doing hand signals."
That was it. That's a sign.
Yeah, or just wearing red. Like if I wear red or have a red poster, like people are like, "Oh man, he's a perp because he's wearing red." And we got to get past that though. Like, I mean, I think it just as a human being, you don't like if you're really going through something, you don't want somebody saying you're fake. I think it's just a human thing. You want people to validate and vindicate who you are and what you're going through. But I think you're right. We can't let it get to us, and we got to move past it and then just be ourselves and go through what we're going through and do the best that we can with our personality and our level of energy and everything like that. And then people are probably going to think that I'm a perp sometimes. I'm not going to be able to really fix that. I've just got to be me and go on my mission. I think all these things do kind of take us off course. They take us off course. They're try to get into our head. So I've got people trying to microwave me and murder me, trying to get into my head. I don't want targeted individuals. I want to help target individuals and have good relationships. But when it starts getting into my head, all this stuff like, oh, fake TI, or you're doing some hand signs, that means you're satanic or something like that. It's just like you got to get past that, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Like this. Somebody,
that's Star Trek, right? That's the Star Trek, right?
Somebody said this was satanic.
Oh my God! Someone will say this is satanic, like
guys.
Oh
just to be honest with that, yeah. Like I'm sitting here thinking, like, wait, there's been a couple times subconsciously, like where I haven't shaved and my beard's itching, but I'm thinking like subconsciously, if I do this, everyone's gonna make them. You know what I'm saying? Like it almost creates a level of anxiety.
Everybody goes through that.
just on this.
Every TI.
Yeah.
Every TI, man, because I'll do videos where I'm like, Nexx was doing a live stream. He was doing a panel, and like somebody started talking, and right when they started talking, my nose itched, and I was like that, and I was like, oh man, are people gonna think I'm trying to signal or something like that? And it just went through my head. It's just kind of because that's in our community, so we just think about that. It's just a natural thing.
Well, no, like last time when the guy was like, yeah, who's the guy in the red shirt? And
I hear you, bro.
Like saying kind of like that could come to somebody simple as that, right? Wearing a red shirt, yeah.
I mean, that's I think that the color harassment, that's a personal trigger that is tailored for each individual. Like they tried that with me. They tried that shit with me, and I was just, it didn't work. Like I don't see color. I see people. You know what I mean? Like I don't. You can you can have all red on, right? Like that's what they did to me. Like when right after I found out what was happening, y'all. I was walking down the street, and not trying to believe what was going on. This dude came out this hotel with I'm talking about everything was red. And then he like tried to bump into me too. I like bumped him back because I'm like, you know what I mean? Like you ain't about to bump me, man. Like this ain't that type of time, And then I start seeing people with red, and I just was like, you know what? It's just a color, Like I really don't let that bother me, like
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you. Who was that?
It looks like a Justice TI.
Justice TI, what's going on, my friend? Welcome to the stream. We the
looks
people.
Like his mic is crossed out. Like he's got his mic blinking with a red line through it.
Oh no, not anymore. He's good.
Okay.
He's unmuted. Troop, what's going on, Troop?
Right here listening to you guys, man, having an in-depth conversation.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
I find
we
it
get
interesting,
into it.
man. Uncle Wolverine was just talking about, or all you guys was kind of talking about how people how they accuse people of being perps and all that type of stuff. And I was gonna ask, do you guys think that it seems like the people that do that the most are the people that don't reach out and actually get to meet T.I.?
You know what? That's a great question. I think the people who do that the most are the ones we need to take a closer look at, Truth. You know, I mean, I know they insert people in the community to say, you know what? Look at that hat Kyle got on. That's the same color they perp me with. He's a perp. And look at that. Jeff's got a hoodie on. I used to, the perp used to wear a hoodie when I went to the store and such and such. And look at that. Blunt's got a do-rag on just like me. He's a,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like it's people that they insert in the community to just draw those question marks. You know,
But people are also
these guys,
sensitized to different things. You know what I mean?
absolutely. And
Hey, I got a
these
question.
guys are all solid, man. These guys are real TI. I vouch for each and everybody that's on this panel right now.
Yeah, me
Straight
too.
up.
I got a question.
Thank you for y'all too.
Shoot.
So is it possible for it's possible for real TIs to link up then?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
I mean, my boy True Serum was kicking it, man. Long Beach.
Man, we was
You
kicking
know?
it like big dogs, man.
My boy took me out to the spot.
Me and Nexx was kicking it in the forest, man, over there in the goddamn park.
Straight up. And what happened, Troop? The police ran up on us, shining the lights.
That's what I was wondering. Like, was there obstacles? I mean, obviously they're gonna say obstacles, but was it like harder to meet up with a TI than so-called, like, say, like a perp or whatever? You know what I'm saying?
But how you mean, like, is it harder? Do you mean like it's harder, like, to call a person and say, hey, let's meet up? Or do you mean once you meet up, is it difficult, like, to hang out?
Like, no, like, I mean, just like in the aspect of meeting up, like, was there any type of obstacles, like specific obstacles you guys had to maybe go through to like actually meet up?
Oh, you mean
I have yet to meet up with one.
Are you asking, but like between me and Nexx?
Yeah,
Well, I had to come to California, you know. I had to come all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast. But I made it. I made it, you know.
Was there like flight delays, like, you know what I'm saying, little stuff like that, like anything like that happen, or like was it just all?
Oh man. Well, actually, I rode a train, and that the whole time my train was late. At every stop, it was late, but I made it though. You know what I mean? And then I touched down out there. I hollered at Truth like, "Yo, I'm out here in LA." He was like, "Yo, I'm at Long Beach." You know, shot me the address. Boom, we got up. We hung out. He invited me to his crib. We was chilling. Me, him, and Cyber Reconnaissance. 3 TIs.
Yeah.
Three real TIs.
Everybody needs to go ahead and subscribe to Cyber 9.
That's absolutely. Shout out to Cyber 9, wherever she at, man. Shout out to Cyber. But
Cyber's awesome.
Yeah, she is. And we kicked it. We was chilling. You know, we chilled right at my boy's house. The frequency was crazy in there. Man, like the EMF was crazy, bro. Like I got an EMF detector on my phone. And
Let me ask you this next. So like
crazy.
I got someone that told me like about your channel and everything, right? So I was wondering, like, I seen like you had a scenario where you got set up.
I did many times.
And they were posing. Were they posing as a TI, I assume?
Well, the one person who invited me down there,
right?
She actually came on my podcast, bro. Because I got a podcast. If you guys don't know, next time, me and Kyle about to do that podcast tomorrow, right, Kyle?
I mean, hey, this is my thing. This is my thing, Nexx. I would do a podcast with you, but I'd rather you get target individuals that don't have platforms or maybe have smaller channels at first. You know, I'll come on these panels and just support you, but get some people who maybe haven't, you know, spoken out.
Well, you know what? Some people are afraid, Kyle. But we're gonna talk about that though. We're gonna talk about that. A lot of people they're scared, man. They're scared to do it. And they say, I'm going to do it. And then it's time to do it. And then I don't hear from them and they just blow me off.
That's happened with me, man.
I want to blow up Vulcan Wolverine. I want to blow up a gang stock in Australia. I want to blow up Next Level, like blow up the channel so everybody knows channels, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, true.
Yes, sir. But to answer your question, though, Justice, she came on my podcast. She gave an amazing performance and was just like, the T.I. can be a fan, blah, 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 and I'm a target, nah, nah, and then we got to do this and that. And then, you know, had me come down there, invited me to come down there to where she was, and the whole operation was a setup, bro. Like, I heard her say that out of her mouth. I heard her talking. She said, it's a price on my head. Like, she said some stuff. I heard this, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and there was a lot of stuff that happened before that live stream took off, before I turned that camera on, because I didn't think I was going to make it out of there, but I thought I was going to die.
Right, right.
You
I got one more
Yeah.
question. So, like, do you feel like, for everybody, like, do you feel that TIs can be, I guess, successful financially? Like, I feel like for most TIs, that's what they go after first, is your finances. You know what I'm saying?
Does anybody else want to answer this?
We can
all answer it.
That's a hard question right there, G man. It depends on what, like I said, I could give you a kind of a good idea. It depends on where you're at when you got targeted, man. Like if you had, like, you know, you're retired, you're out the game, you know what I'm saying? You got, you know, money saved away, then it's not as bad, you know what I'm saying? But if you're like, you know, working daily jobs and all that, then, you know, hey, you out there, man. You know what I mean? It's, you know, you're gonna get mobbed. You're gonna be work hard, tooth and nail.
Yeah.
You can come up. Don't get me wrong. You can, but it's gonna be hard for you, man, than it would be for somebody that's already got, you know, stuff set up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm asking because, like, I have reached out to certain, like, you know, other TIs and stuff like that, and there's certain TIs that have like really, really well paying jobs, and then there's TIs that have, like, you know what I'm saying, just like a, you know, a regular 9 to 5 that's paying minimum wage, and then there's like, so I was just kind of wondering, like, is that, I don't know, I guess normal in the community? Because, so, like, from what I've seen, it's like mainly, you know, people are struggling financially. Like, a lot of people are just struggling financially.
Well, I just want to say something real quick. Like, everybody who has been, or everybody who identifies as a TI, targeted individual, everybody is at different spots in their life, and, you know, it's tailored differently. There's some millionaires who are targeted, you know, and then there's homeless people on the streets who are targeted. You know, there's some people who don't have to work ever a day in their life again, but they're still being harassed and stalked and hit with directed energy weapons. And then there's others who has finances have been targeted, really everything, you know. So it wouldn't be fair to judge a whole demographic of people and say all TIs are broke, all TIs can't get a job, all TIs are on the blacklist, because that's not true. Just like you said, Justice, you know, some people who are going through this have good jobs. Some people who are going through this are homeless. Some people who are going through this, you know, might just be doing all right, but, you know, still going through this. You know what I mean? So everybody's situation is different. Everybody's financial situation is different. There's a group of people who can relate to each other more than others. And I think that it's important for us to address this situation. Now, to answer your question, I believe that whatever you set your mind to, target it or not, you can do it. If you set your mind to something, you can accomplish it. That's what I believe. That's what I believe, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you set your mind to something, so if you got your mind set on being successful, and you, no matter if they hitting you with whatever frequency or doing this, whatever, if you set your mind to that, you can accomplish it. That's what I believe at the end of the day. You know, and I believe everything happens for a reason. There was a young lady who came on Sunday, and she said that she was gang stalked on her job, but she worked for some company, and now she's making $8,000 a month, you know, running her own business. You know, so I think it's all about tapping into what your spiritual gifts are and what your gifts are, and tapping into that and moving forward with that and making it, you know, making it happen for you.
Well put. I agree with Nexx on that one. Just said that way. Very good. I like the way you put it. That's true. I think that's true.
And that's the one. That's the one thing I can say. I admit, like I'm struggling with right now is just like trying, like you said, people are on different levels, different aspects of this program.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Sense, you know, I don't want to say blacklisted, but yeah, I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I mean, it's been really tough. You know what I mean? Like
I know the feeling, bro.
Yeah.
I monetize it and, you know, take things to the next level, you know, no pun intended, you know, and start companies and do whatever it is that we are meant to be here doing. We're not meant to be a worker, you know, and shout out to all the workers too, because, you know, with every successful company, there is, you know, amazing workers who keep the, you know, the chain moving on the link. But I don't think us necessarily, bro. I don't think we are meant to be doing that. I think, you know, God intended for us to do great things, you know, and I just want to inspire anybody that's going through something right now, you know, tap into that and understand the true power that you do have over others' evil, you know, and whatever, you know, and whatever it is that you're passionate about, that's what I feel like that's what we're meant to be doing, you know, and that's how we can, you know, change things around and really, you know, but it'll take time and experience to go through that and to learn that.
You know, next, the one of the things that I think that helps me get through is you know, I'm like I always say, like I'm somewhat of a historian, and I look at things like from a standpoint of looking at how people struggle, whether it's nations or small groups of people, they struggle to get where they want to go, and they had opposition, and saying, you know, assuming they're on the right side, just looking for freedom and just an opportunity to live their lives, and we can find that around the world that people have been oppressed, and people are being oppressed all around the planet, and just to have basic human rights. And I find that that I've been in America for about 46 years, 47 years almost, and I look at things like when I go back to the third world country, or what my old professor said, don't call it a third world country. She was from Iran. She said, don't call it, why you call it a third world country? She said, call it a developing country. So from there I got checked. But with that being said, me being from a developing country and seeing like what the definition of happiness and what life is about, and then the things that, say, before the internet, and I used to travel back home back in the early 90s, and I used to bring cassettes, not CDs, cassettes of Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dog Pound, and when that stuff first came out, and we used to sit back and listen to that stuff, and this is before the internet, before most of the people had cable or anything like that. And I remember how we would listen to it and enjoy that kind of stuff. And then it's like, what I'm getting to is saying, like, the thing people will always used to ask me back then, like, hey Stan, hey, when you go back to the States, you got a big truck and a big house, you got this and you got that. Like, nah. And I always kept it a buck. I really did. I had an ego, but I kept it a buck. Like, nah, man, I really don't like that, you know, and things like that. And sometimes we have to look at it as, you know, our perception of how we look at our struggle or what we're dealing with as being targeted individuals is what I'm getting to. And so what it is like, sometimes you could be in a country that's poor financially, but rich with happiness. And I think we've all been raised up in this country here, and we've been raised with expectations under a system. Now, we've been set to the side as TI, and some people, like you guys had talked about, they're allowed to work. They don't have too much of a problem with working.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because targeting is different for different people. And then, you know, and so what I'm getting to is this, is that whatever us as TIs, as individuals, are dealing with, I think it's important that we try to put things in perspective. I think we should look at things and say, well, when I'm walking down the street or riding down the street in my car or riding my bike down the street and you see somebody that's homeless, wrapped up in a sheet, in a dirty blanket, and you see that person and you say, damn, my life is messed up, but then what about this guy? And then you can look at some people that have a lot of money. You can look at a housewife that has a husband that makes 6 figures, but her husband's never home and he treats her like crap. And she probably all she wants and thinks about, she can have wine, she can have cheese, she can have good stuff to eat, good stuff every day, and drive a Mercedes Benz around every day, but it's not happy. So saying all that, and I know I'm making a long story, and I know you guys know where I'm getting to. And the thing is that we're in this position where we're at. And I really, truly believe that we have to keep that understanding that we know that we have to get along with people that are in the same situation. And like you guys said about worrying about who's a TI, who's not a TI, that right there, that right there is a big stumbling block. I think that we're supposed to just go ahead and we can hurdle. We know how to skip and jump and move around. We know how to maneuver. We know how to do it before we were TI. Why are we making it seem like it's that difficult? Especially that we understand the situation that we're in. Because this situation we're in, it's bad. It's horrible. It's atrocious. It's treasonous. And we know this. So when it comes to us meeting people, doing things, and whoever we got to socialize with, use the same skills that you had before you were targeted. And if you're targeted your whole life, then you have to go ahead and do the same thing. You have to just get to understand what the situation is and learn how to deal with it the best you can. I feel the pressure. I feel the pressure a lot. But I do know one thing. If I'm going to complain to anybody, I'll complain to Nexx. I'll complain to Kyle. I'll complain to one of you guys because you guys know how I feel. Even though our situations are unique. But I think it's important that we look and really put things in perspective. Most of us are on YouTube, but we see things that's going on. Not everything's real on news. Not everything's real on YouTube and all that. But we see the travesties that are taking place across this planet. And so we have to think that we're in it. We're in it. This is a travesty. This is the ultimate. When you have your own government, you can't even go to your own police department for safety. We're out here just trying to be human beings, and we have to stress just to be a human being. That means we some bad MFs because we're still alive, and we got to give ourselves credit. And I love the way you guys are up there. I love you guys, man, and everybody. I'm glad you guys listened to me and let me talk. But that's how I feel, man. And that's the way I talk usually, man. It's like, really, we need each other. And keep doing what y'all doing. And Nexx, much love to you, man, for having that platform out there, man, so people can talk, bro.
Yeah, Truth, you're so on point, man. I just want to add, like, you're exactly right. Like, before we were targeted, there were people we couldn't trust in that situation, too. And we found out we went towards people that we could trust and we work with them. So it's a little bit different here. We do have the complication of psychotronic weapons with some targeted individuals that can actually really increase paranoia. So, I mean, we've just got to jump over that hurdle too. We've got to use defenses and unentrained so that we can have more of ourself. We can feel like more of ourself and then just go forward with the truth and people that you can work with. You're right on the money, Truth. And I really agree with you. Like, living in America, we see people like, I don't know, even these famous YouTubers with a lot of money and movie stars, and they have all this money. We think that we need to be rich and famous to be happy. But that's not necessarily true. You can be happy with the things that you have. Like, it seems like more people in the world are getting more and more greedy, and they have less and less morals. Because that's what they're learning from others, and we've got to learn to be more human and be more happy with helping people, with being a good person, having enough to get by, but not living on greed and stuff like that, So like all these things that you're talking about, There's this social conditioning that's creating these problems, that's creating greed in people. It's making the people less and less moral because they want the stuff, they want the mansion, they want the money. And so it's making them able to just do these horrible things if the means can justify the ends, right? But the means are the ends. Like the means, the way that you get somewhere, that is the ends. Like, so you got to be good to get to a good ends.
That's real talk, Kyle. Yeah,
Mhm.
you know, it's like when I was talking about being in a developing country and then seeing how people don't have as much, but then the families are happy. You have bellies are full, the wages are sucks, but they're making it because, you know, whatever the rent might be only $200 for a 2-bedroom or something like that over there. You know, rent is not the big issue like it is in America or the UK. You know, and it's like, but they're looking at America like, man, I got to get to America. I got to get there to America. I need to go and get what they see on TV. And then us in America are like, man, I want to go sit on an island somewhere.
It's so true.
You know what I mean? So it's like, it's you know, the human nature. Go for it.
You know what, Truth? You know, my boy Truth Serum, man, big shout out to him, man. That's my friend. Like, that's my brother, man. I love him. I love everybody that's on. I love everybody that's on this panel right now. I love everybody that's in the chat. Friend or foe, perp or not, I love you, man.
Brother that's on your panel? Who's the brother on your panel? I never seen him before.
Oh, that's my dude, man. That's Blunt, man. That's my bro. My bro Steve.
What's up, man? How's it going, Truth, man? You're speaking the truth there, man. I respect what you're saying, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Real
man,
talk.
I'm right here, baby, man. I just try to keep it 100, man. It's like, you know, life is for real, and I think it's all about keeping things in perspective. I mean, man, I've sat down. I know we all have, and said, man, why me though? Like, why can't I just go to work, struggle like everybody else, and do my thing?
That's a great question, Truth. And I just want to say something right now. I just want to say something. I don't mean to cut you off, bro. But for anybody that's going through that right now, I need you all to just sit with something real quick, man. You know, it's not like do everybody on the panel, everybody in the you know, comment section, do you guys believe in coincidence? Do you believe that in coincidences? Because I don't believe in coincidences.
I don't.
I think
no.
I think everything happens. I think everything. I believe, right? Everything happens for a reason. So if you go into these jobs, like me, I have filled out hundreds of applications, and it just wasn't meant for me to walk that walk because I feel like God had something in store for bigger than these jobs that we're gonna go in and get, you know, workplace mobbed and bust our ass and to get slave wages, right? I believe that we have something on the inside of all of us, everybody that's watching right now that's struggling financially. This is just a moment. That moment will soon pass when you finally realize what your purpose is for you living this life, and you can put that into fruition and walk that purpose, the money will come. The money will come, right? And you know, everybody out here is a boss, and we are meant to do great things. We're not meant to slave for these people. And shout out to my guy in Indigenous United. Shout out to my guy because he said something on We the People. I don't remember what volume it was, but once we realize our purpose, we transform from targeted individuals to we're empowered. We're empowered individuals. Once you're empowered, there's nothing that can stop you. You know, they can still put roadblocks and still put obstacles in your way, but you're gonna hop right over those. You're gonna hop right over it with grace. You know, and then there will be a table prepared for you to eat in front of your enemies. Like they will, you know what I mean? So just understand that. Like whatever that you're trying to do is not meant for you. If it's not working for you in that moment, that's not your calling. Don't get down. Don't get depressed. just keep pressing forward and just keep pushing forward and just get in tune with who you truly are and tap into that and stay there and vibrate higher and just move in the direction that, you know, the Most High, the Prime Creator has called you to move in. And I guarantee you the money will come. Call it, it will come. Believe it will come. Whatever you are good at, whatever you're passionate about, whatever it is that the Prime Creator has created you to be here on this earth. Once you tap into that, there's no turning back. And you will thank him for all those closed doors that didn't open. You know, because there's a lot of people out here that's slave waging, that's going to work 40, 60 hours a week, and they're miserable. They're miserable. And it's those same people that's on there that's you know, workplace mobbing us and that's laughing and pointing their phones at you and taking pictures. Those people are miserable, right? And just think the Most High that he had a better plan for you. Tap into that, man. I just want to give a message of hope because I've been there. I'm walking my journey right now, but I know. And I believe that everybody that's struggling financially, you know, that has been going through that, there's something better out here for you. Figure out what your purpose is, figure out what your calling is, walk in that direction, link up with like-minded individuals who are thinking like you, who are vibrating on the same frequency as you. Link with them, surround yourself with those type of people, and we'll just open the door and watch Prime Creator work through you. You know what I mean? I just want to give that message of hope. That's all. I don't want to.
Yeah, I like your perspective. I have a perspective as well. And
let's go, True.
I hope not to sound like I'm being negative, but I think like this, man, and I think like you think too, because you're keeping it a buck and that's straight. Thing is with me, it's like this. I look at what's going on. I look at like these days and times we're in. And once we became targeted and our eyes opened or our eye opened, and we start seeing things that most people don't see. I think we have to get to understand that we're in a day and time now that's going to have to take its course. And I believe that a lot of people is going to have to come to grips that we're going to have to fight through this. And we might not necessarily, we won't necessarily lose, but we might not be around to see the change.
Yeah, it's a war.
Yeah,
it's a war, but you can get victory in any way it goes. You can get victory in this war. You know?
Yeah, you know, because it's like, and I look at my age and I say, well, I'm almost 50, man. So I'm like, well, you know, my sons are like mid-20s and stuff, you know, so, well, you know, fuck it, you know, like, let me go do what I got to do. I'm going to fight for this thing. And, you know, and I got people that love me. You know, we all got people that love us. And we all better remember that. Because this program is devastating. And if we've been studying enough, like you guys are talking about Brian too, I like Brian too. Actually, I mess with Brian too.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Like overall, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, because I don't, you know, I don't know. I can't, you know, I don't know people on a personal level. I never went out to lunch with them and nothing like that. And so let's get some broads and go hang out and drink some whiskey and stuff like that. But I mean, he's speaking what he's saying, and I'm learning from him. And so I'll take what I can, and I'll take that, and I take what I can from all of you guys, and I'll learn from all of y'all. But I think it's just imperative that we always think and have an understanding that we're in a fight, and we can't sit back and say we're gonna fight hard, and then next year we're gonna be free. We might be free next week. But the fact is that we gotta fight. And more than likely, just being practical about things and looking how history has been going and realizing how long they've been working this technology, you would understand that they already foreseen where we're at right now. They know there's going to be a group that's going to rise up, that's going to try to rise up. And they have a contingency plan for that. So are we ready? I don't know. But we got to fight. And we got to stand up, keep our chin up, keep our back straight, and we got to go for it. If we do that, we have a better chance. And you guys are the front line, see, because all you women and all you dudes out there in the comment section, everybody, we are the front line. We are the ones. We can't kick back and think like we used to think. Well, the government will fix it, or somebody will fix it. Somebody will fix it. It ain't right. So somebody will fix it. We know now what's going on. So we got to do what we got to do. And, you know, I'm always long-winded, but, you guys know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. But I feel like, and again, shout out to my boy, highly evolved, man. I feel like we got to empower ourselves. I feel like we need to empower ourselves, you know, and once we do that, you know, like we're unstoppable, man. We'll be ready for war. We get our mind right, money right.
Absolutely.
Ready for war, you know, and to do that, like we have to snap out of the fear. We have to support each other. We have to be the listening ear for each other that's going through something. You know, each one, reach one, teach one, right? No candle loses its flame by lighting another. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
sometimes I'll be like, that's like me right now. Like, say if Kyle cough right now, they were like, oh, yeah, but I heard Kyle cough earlier. I'm not sure about that guy anymore, man. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like I thought about that. Like my throat got real dry and I coughed and I was like, oh.
Put in the group, you know, and it's like, look, that's almost like a cop-out, like for a person to have to go put in work. It's like, go put in work. If you don't get along with somebody or you don't trust somebody, then just part the ways and keep going.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just keep going and do what you got to do to forward the progress of whatever your mission is, and is for us being free.
Yeah.
Because those people, this whole thing, we all know this already, but I'm just saying, it's all about deception. They
Absolutely.
don't have power over us.
Yes, sir.
Real. The technology's real. It's real, and I wish I had an answer for it, but I don't. The technology's real, but we're studying it and we're doing the best we can. What the post that Robert Brian 2 put up this morning that I had posted on Facebook today, I liked it particularly because he was explaining how the general public that's not aware of this technology,
right,
how they're getting done. Because we know about it. So we know if we act a certain kind of way or feel a certain kind of way, we can kind of check ourselves and be like, hold on. Yeah, they're fucking, they're messing with me right now.
Yeah.
Chill out. You know, but if you don't know nothing about this technology, like most of the public, then those are the people that you see when you see stuff going on. When you turn on your news channel, on channel 4 and 11 and 7 or whatever. You see that stuff because these people aren't aware of it. So we know what's going on, kind of, sort of, I guess, right? But let's take advantage of that. Because there's, you know, whenever somebody's doing evil or doing wicked, there's two sides to the coin. It doesn't matter how you deal with war. Whenever you deal with war, there's two sides. You can always get beat. And those people that's implementing this program know they cannot slip up. But they don't have to nothing to worry about if we sit on our ass and quarrel amongst each other.
Absolutely. I agree.
Next, I got another question for you, man.
What's going on, bro?
Shoot.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, so you were saying something earlier about like how you were saying how like people just say, oh, like humans don't have time to gang stalk you, but demons do.
Somebody said that.
So I'm not yet.
I heard somebody say that, bro.
I'm wondering, did that make you feel like, okay, like were you just like because there's people that are strictly on like the spiritual tip, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And then there's,
They are.
it's like I'm dealing with that right now in a situation where someone's really on the spiritual tip, which I'm all for it, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also with the physical as well. It's so hard for me to let go of like what you guys have been talking about, the technology and the actual humans doing this and getting paid.
It's happening.
But who told you you have to let go? You know, when I used to go to lectures years ago, I used to go to lectures and listen to a lot of melanated men, very, very intelligent melanated men, older men that spoke about things. And when you talk about letting go, that's one of the things that I always said that they should teach people when they're in elementary school, children, how to let go. When I talk about letting go, it's like not just letting go of a wife or a girlfriend or a vehicle that you can't afford.
Or a job, right?
Or a job.
Yep. Let's go, True. Pour some of that True serum out on them.
Yeah, it's actually the opposite I wanted to say just now, and I just lost my train of thought.
Oh, I apologize, man. I'm sorry, brother.
But here we go. As far as like my personal opinion on letting go is that why would you let go of things that you've learned? I mean, when we're walking through the forest with a basket looking for berries and fruits, when we walk through and we get oranges, grapes, and peaches, and then we pick up a bad apple, we take that bad apple and we go, oh, nah, I don't want that in my basket. Why would you want to forget about that? Because the next time you take that walk through that forest to go pick up some fruit, you already gonna know not to pick up that apple.
Right.
So
yeah, learn from it. That's really true.
You know, so I mean, as far as like the spiritual and all that stuff and the technology, don't throw any of that stuff away because neither of them is wrong, really. In my opinion.
So like that's all I was trying to get. Like I was just wondering how you guys look at it. Like someone that's strictly on the spiritual, do you guys already kind of wary about them because you guys know about the technology like I do and the humans out here doing this for the money? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How do you feel about it, you personally?
I know it's spiritual war, like 100%. But I also know that this technology and the V2K and these people out here is real. Like it's not just demons out here. Like I've seen regular humans, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. So it's hard to decipher. I know for sure though. Like I know for sure about the technology. I know I have military around me 24/7, 365. Nonstop.
Okay. I mean, me personally, like when I take a look at the person that's saying this, right?
Yeah.
Like when these people come on and they say goofy shit, right? I don't even know how else to describe it. Like I don't usually be using profanity, but I'm like channeling in my inner Dr. Catherine Horton right now. When they say goofy shit though, right? And they're like, oh, you know, that people aren't doing this. They're demons and such and such. And now these are supposedly Christians, righteous people, right?
Yeah.
And it's like when you own it like that, like your whole demeanor, you know, you're supposed to have compassion for people.
Right.
You know, like you know, if we're gonna get into scriptures and what the Bible says and everything, it says to love your enemies, right? It says to pray for your enemies, not to be sitting here talking crap about them and laughing at them and throwing them under the bus and calling people demons and stuff. You're supposed to pray for them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's a certain swagger you're supposed to have about yourself, not a judgmental, I'm better than you because I read the Bible last week. You know what I mean? Because I know what this scripture says, so I can call you a demon and I can do this and that. It's a certain energy that you're supposed to have, a humbleness, a Christ-like, Yeshua or whatever you want to call it. You know, it's an energy that you're supposed to carry with you, and a lot of these people don't. It's a condescending, you know, I'm better than you, this and that, you know, let's laugh at you and call you a demon and this and that. You know, you're supposed to cast demons. You're supposed to rebuke demons and cast them out, but pray for the individual. I don't never see that, bro. I don't never see that. I see these people who are just, you know, just full of themselves and narcissistic and, you know, so far from what the scriptures say that they're supposed to be. And I don't want to be the person that's judgmental. I'm just telling you what I see. You know what I mean? So when these people are coming with that type of energy, bro, like I just look at it. I just gotta look at it, you know? I just look at it and I'm just like, wow, and it just gives me a bad taste in my mouth. And it lets me know that they're fighting a spiritual battle with themselves and with whatever they've been faced with, but they're not going through what we're going through. Because if you're going through what we're going through, if I ask anybody on this panel, if I ask anybody that's in the comment section right now about directed energy weapons, they'll tell you because it's a real thing. They're gonna tell you, oh, it's just demons.
No,
yeah,
right.
It's just that, you know, and it just lets me know what type of person they are. And I just don't choose me myself. I don't want to put myself in that type of energy or put myself around people like that. But I leave the door open for, you know, forums like this. If those people feel like they have something that they want to say and they want to come on and say it, they could click that link and come on and say it, but they don't. You know what I mean? Because I want to hear people out. I want to hear them out. You know, I want to have the conversation. But those are not my type of people. You know, like I don't want.
I've been feeling like I'm wrong for actually still, because like I've been on a spiritual aspect, you know what I'm saying, getting closer to the Most High. But when I'm talking to certain people, if I mention the directed energy weapons, the military being around me being sleep deprived, all these things that are happening, they're like, you're not right with God yet.
Bro, you should be able to mention whatever you want to mention, and they should have ears to hear, bro. And they should be able to pray with you in that moment, right? And comfort you and let you know it's okay. Have faith in the Most High, not in, you know, the demons. That I think these people focus way too much on the demons. Honestly, like they give the demons and that. Oh God, the demons, David. Like I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you for you know, 4 or 5 hours about demons, bro. Like I'm not. That just let me know where my attention is going, where my focus is on demons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that you know one of the things next that
go ahead.
I was gonna say one of the things next that that helps me get through, and this is not my channel. You know,
yes,
and
it is, bro. This is your channel, bro. I'm telling you right now, this is your channel.
The thing is that like with me, like I've been studying history, world history, and cultures for a long time before the internet, and I got to learn a lot of stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I've been to some different countries, and I got to meet some interesting people. What I found interesting as growing up as a Christian, and some of the most dear people in my life right now are Christians, and I love them to the most. And at the same time, you know, as I pushed on and went through studying the 3 different books, the Abrahamic books, and getting an understanding of where they come from, what they mean, who the characters are, who these people are, and then moving on to like comedic science and things of that nature. What I like about the spirituality aspect, about the human being and nature, is that we have a true self. And I think that what's important is that each and every individual on this planet has the responsibility to find their true self, because it's virtually impossible for anybody to try to figure anybody else out if they don't know who they are themselves. And it's a lifetime journey.
Let's go, Drew. Let's go.
It's a lifetime journey. That's like the infinite pursuit of balance. We'll never be perfect. There's going to be ups and downs.
Absolutely.
But that's what makes life a challenge. Because if life was the same all the time, we'd be like a robot. We'd have no motivation.
That's a fact. Yes,
So
sir.
therefore, what I'm getting to is this. It's like when people talk about demons and other people are demons, and I'm not picking on any religion or anything like that.
Let's go.
When people will talk about demons and things of that nature, people stop. I don't like to tell people what to do, but what people should explore is trying to sway away from looking and searching externally for that power and start looking internally and start to search for that power that we're all born with, because we're all born with the power that we're looking for.
Let's go.
The challenge in life is to have people that feel likewise, that feel the way we feel about things. And the way we can make these things happen as far as making this planet a better place, or making us as a better individual, is being who we are and not caving in to the BS that sometimes we let people, we give them slack. Yeah, well, you know, it's a good person, it's a good girl, you're a good guy. You know, that was dirty what he did, but you know, maybe he's just having, it's up to us to say, I'm not taking that stuff. I didn't deserve it. So therefore I'm gonna move on. It takes strength to do it. To this day, I'm doing it. I'm trying, and I'm trying. And I feel like I'm being successful with it. And I feel like this program is even assisting me with that. And I think a lot of people can say that, because we see a lot of things now that we didn't see before, that we realize, damn, those people weren't really on my team anyway.
Absolutely.
So when we come to these realizations, that's fine, that's normal. But if we're gonna push ahead, then we have to know this and push ahead and make the water part. When we going through that swimming pool in the water and you stroking through the swimming pool, the water's gonna part away from you. You're going through it. You're not gonna sit there in the middle of the pool and wait for people to jump in. We're here. And all the religion, all the spiritual stuff is a beautiful thing, because these things make people stronger.
Yeah.
Because they're important. They're very important. They're an important part of our lives. These things are beautiful, but they hinder us when we're waiting on something else, or some other entity, or some other spiritual aspect of whatever we believe that's going to fix something. Because nobody's going to fix nothing but you or me.
Yeah, David had to throw the stones. David had to throw the stones. With David and Goliath, he had to throw those stones. He couldn't just wait for the giant to fall, Yeah.
So, it's about 100% responsibility for our own actions.
Yeah.
Now, cards are dealt, and we're not all dealt the same hand.
That's a fact.
But we have to keep in mind at the same time, those that had a shorter hand, they're still here. So they're battle tested. And you have, whoever feels like they're shorter hand, they got to know that they're battle tested. And being that you're battle tested, you have to live up to your own personal expectations. How many stories have we heard in our lives about people that grew up in dysfunctional families, that end up going in a foster home or going somewhere, and then they ended up being successful individuals? We know people that have come through struggles, and they end up being some of the best people we've ever met.
Yes, sir. That's a fact. Those people stayed focused on the goal,
And I really believe, Nexx, that it's important for everyone to tap in to who they are.
Absolutely. Yes,
when we look in that mirror is a cold thing. I know we brush our teeth, and we put on our makeup, and we do what we do. But when we get in that mirror and take a good look and ask ourselves, when you're looking at yourself and say, who am I? And what am I going to do? It's a serious thing.
Absolutely. That's a very, very serious thing. Big shout out to Truth Serum. And guys, you know,
Yeah, I appreciate you. Let me rant on, man. I appreciate
bro, this is your channel, man. I mean, everybody that's on here right now, guys, this is your channel, man. It's bigger than Next Level. I keep saying this. I really mean it. It's bigger than Next, you know. But I feel like everybody needs to understand this too, because there's a big misconception, you know, due to religion and due to your faith and beliefs, and you know, they target all religions, all races, all walks of life, you know. And just because somebody I've met, not personally met, but I've talked to TIs from Thailand who were Buddhists, and they were TIs. They're going through what I'm going through, you
See,
know.
that
It
confirms
doesn't
same.
make them a perp, you know.
Mhm.
They target Muslims, you know, like they target Jews, Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, like
Have you
all of these religions. I have talked to TIs who come from those religions or are currently still in those religions right now.
came across like the 144, the targeted individuals that believe that they're the 144?
Yeah, I
A
don't
lot
believe
of
in that, but that's
a
what I
lot
think.
a lot of people believe that.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. Like everybody on the panel, do you guys believe that we are a part of the 144 chosen?
Well, there's millions of TIs all over the world, but I think the 144,000 TIs, they think that within those millions of targeted individuals, there's 144,000 Christian targeted individuals that are that. Um, I don't really believe that. I think
Okay.
that anybody who wants to be chosen by God and is close to God, you're chosen. You know, I think it's a decision and it's you getting close to God. I don't think it's like when you're born, God is just giving you a destiny, because the whole point of life is to have free will, is to be a creative force like our creator. You know, that's why he created us. So I don't really believe that, but it's a nice thought. I mean, I guess it can get people through this.
Well, see, I'm coming across that a lot lately, and that's been like a little like an argumentative thing, I guess, when I feel like, because like Nexx said, there's people from different religions that are
Check this out.
All over the world, bro. All over the place.
There was this Eskimo that lived in Alaska. He never met anybody out of his area, out of his tribe, and had a preacher came through and said, "Hey, if you're not saved by Jesus or God, then you ain't going to heaven. You're going to go to hell." And then the Eskimo asked him. He said, "Well, what if I don't know? What if I didn't know?" And the preacher said, "Oh, then you're okay. Then you're not going to hell." And then the Eskimo said, "Then why did you tell me?" So my point is studying indigenous cultures on this planet. There's too many people on this planet that don't adhere to the Quran, the Bible, or the Torah, or Buddhism. There's people that have been living lives for thousands of years and following what their forefathers have been doing for thousands of years. Hunt, feed their families, raise their children. So it's very, I think it's wise for a person, no matter what you believe in, to keep that in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Because once we go beyond that and we start telling people what they're supposed to believe, then we start drifting into that area of arrogance. Because I think the whole I've studied the Bible and the whole 144,000 thing, for who believe it, that's fine. But I think the arrogance is beyond belief. To believe that there's 144,000 people that have lives that are more important than the rest of the other billions of people.
Yeah, that's kind of what I have a problem with. 'Cause I think that everybody has a destiny. Everybody can be chosen by God. It's your decision. You know, the way that God created this universe, He is a creator. He has made us creative beings. He won't assign us and say, you have to be this and you have to do this, because it's not the nature of the universe. It's not the nature of humanity. We choose and we create every day. These evil people who microwave us and gang stalk, they have chosen, they have used their free will, you know, to do this. And so we must use our free will too. And I mean, we can be destined to do good and to relieve suffering and to be a chosen person of God. We just choose to be so, you know. That's how I kind of think it works anyway.
Okay. I think you're 100% right, man. I think we need to take 100% responsibility of our own actions. And I think that we all have that innate. We have a genetic makeup. We have things that's going on within us that's telling us we're supposed to be free. We're supposed to have free will. And I think that we have natural things in us that's telling us that we're supposed to go out and look for a man or look for a woman, or if a woman looks for a woman, that's fine too, or whatever. But we know what we're supposed to do, but you have people on this planet that don't care about what's right. So you can call them a demon, you can call them whatever you want, but the fact of the matter is that they're human beings that are doing evil or wicked things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Therefore, the people that want to fight for good have to fight against them. God damn, we all watch Marvel comics or Marvels. I mean, the concept is the same. Like when I was watching the whole Marvel thing, I was looking at Thanos, and I was thinking Thanos was like the guys who etched in the Georgia Guidestone.
Yeah.
You talking about Infinity War?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, Kyle?
Yeah, because I mean, like the Masons, like these people with the master plan, they want to wipe out a number of the population so that the world can be balanced or whatever. It's exactly like Thanos. I feel like it was very, very much on purpose.
You know, I've heard a whole opposite theory on that, which is crazy, like from somebody else that said Thanos was actually perceived to be like Christ coming back to cleanse the world. And I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah. Who said that? Whoa.
Yeah, man. Like that, like right now, the reason I'm asking these questions is because I've seen the situation that you got put in Nexx, and
yes,
I'm on that type of I've been offered help, you feel me?
Okay.
And I've been living in my car for damn near a year now. And it's like I'm just trying to like, I mean, I like you, like I know, you know what I mean? I've been targeted, I feel, my whole life by my own mother. Like, so it's hard for me to, I'm just trying to feel things out, you know what I'm saying? And I saw that you went through that situation or whatever.
Yes, sir.
It's like, man.
I was there.
Yeah, definitely, man. Do you mind sharing where you from? Where is everybody from? I'm just curious, man. Like, you know, everybody watching in the comment section right now. Where's everybody from?
I grew up in Moreno Valley, California.
Okay.
It's like 15 minutes from San Bernardino.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
I just recently left though, and I tried to like basically leave this, you know, like not really realizing that like it don't matter where you go, man. So like I'm like all the way across the states now. I just left in my car with what I had, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, I grew up that's where I grew up.
California.
Yeah.
Ooh, man, it's crazy out there in Cali, man. It really is.
It's crazy everywhere in that.
Yeah, man, but you know what, man? It was a couple places that I went, bro. Like, I'm gonna say, shout out to Bay City, Michigan, man. There was no gang stalking. I mean, like, I almost felt like a regular person there. You know, I cried when it was time to leave, like, because I knew I had to go. You know, yeah. Like, I felt like a normal person, bro. Like, there was nobody on that BS there.
You said where?
I don't know if they set that up for me for that to happen like that, because there has been situations where I went to a specific town or city. I went to Akron, Ohio, and it was just like, oh, it was a piece of cake. Woo, nothing happening. And then when I went back there, woo, it was crazy. You know, like that was another situation where it was death threats and everything went crazy. But Justice, I said out in Bay City, Michigan, like there was absolutely no targeting there. I mean, I was getting zapped a little bit, like with electronic harassment, but it was light. It was light. It was little to, and I was having a bunch of crazy dreams there, but it was no gang stalking at all. Like people were regular. Like I was downtown. Like if y'all look in my catalog on YouTube, there was I think it was St. Patrick's Day parade. We was just out, just walking around on the streets, just doing regular stuff. Like nobody was doing anything, like, and it blew my mind. And then it's another
from there.
Wait, say that again.
What made you end up leaving from there? You were just visiting or something?
Well, things got a little crazy. It wasn't due to people gang stalking me or nothing. It was just due to my living situation, and somebody reached out to me and said, Nexx, I want you to come down here, such and such, made it look like a lucrative opportunity. I'm going to pay you. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you get the TI Lives Matter movement started. I'm going to cha. I was saying all this stuff, that I wanted to hear, and then got me down there, and it was a setup, But in another place, Council Bluff, Iowa, like, that was another stop I went to meet up with a so-called TI from the community. I'm not gonna say his name, and he's straight cap, but there was no targeting there, nothing, like absolutely no gang stalking or nothing. Now, again, like I was getting hit with directed energy weapons, and I remember it was light though, it wasn't nothing serious, like how it's been in a lot of places where I felt like I wasn't going to make it to the next day, But just those two places, Council Bluff, Iowa, which is right outside of Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska, it was no gang stalking at all, nothing. And Bay City, Michigan, nothing there again. Like, and I was in Bay City for a few months, so I really get the grasp on it. And I was only in Council Bluffs for like a week, so not even a week, maybe like 5 days. So it's kind of hard to gauge, like when you traveling, because I have been to a lot of different places. There has been times where I have went to different towns and cities, and like maybe the first week or two just seemed like nothing was going on, and I'm like, oh, everything is great here. And then the next 2 weeks was just like, it was like The Walking Dead, bro. It was like, you know what I mean? They was everywhere, and that like they have that ability to turn up the notch, because I remember when I got out of that situation in Mississippi, and I had to go back through New Orleans and go back everywhere I went. It was like they turned up a notch. Like the gang stalking was so crazy and intense, like. And I knew it, it was like they turned it up. It was like everywhere I went, it didn't matter. Like they were there. Like I didn't even have a moment of peace, like it wasn't until I got to my destination, which I would say like maybe 3 or 4 days, where I was able, and even when I got there, like I got off the bus, I was in a small town in West Virginia, and I got away from that situation. There was some guy in a suit who crossed the street, and he walked past me and he gave me this dirty look, and he was like, after I said hi to him, I was like, hey, how you doing? Because that's how I am. Like when I see people, I say hi, how you doing? I like to talk to people. I'm a people person. He's like he gave me that, like, he gave me that signal, like, I'm one of them. Fucking, we here. We know you're here too. And I was just like, wow.
Yeah, Nexx, you know what people do to me in my condo? They sniff. Like my maintenance guy, every time I walk by him, he goes, Like he'll sniff a lot.
Wow.
So I think one of the lies that's told about me is that like I'm on drugs, you know, and so I'm hit with all these microwaves and I look kind of tired when I walk out and people just think I'm like a drug addict, you know, loser or whatever. I mean, so yeah, I get that.
Wow.
And also I went to Green Bank. I get gang stalked here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but I went to Green Bank, I think back in like 2014 or 2013 or something like that. For a whole week, I had no gang stalking. My directed energy weapon torture was down like 70% or something. I could barely hear the V2K. A week went by, and I'm telling you, I have it on video. You guys can go back and watch it. I had about 60 to 100 jets doing chemtrails on a Friday. And after that happened, the gang stalking was on in the small town, and the directed energy weapon attacks went back up to like 100%, the same level that they are in Baton Rouge. After that day of heavy chemtrailing, I don't know if it was this major psyop and the chemtrails had nothing to do with it, but on Friday, like I'm telling you, at least 60 jets doing chemtrails above me, like at least.
Wow.
And I got it on video.
You said 60?
Yeah, like 60 throughout the day.
I thought I was the only one that experienced like they'll chemtrail right over my head. Like it won't be 60.
Yeah.
It'll be like one or two right on top of me. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden, like they start going crazy on me. It's like, man.
Yeah, it seems unbelievable. What they do is they're probably already going to do the chemtrailing, and they just kind of put you in their flight plan. Since you're a targeted individual, you've been GPSed, and you know DHS fusion centers and these contractors are targeting you. They're going to do the chemtrails, and they're like, oh, we'll just go straight over the head of that target. They've done that to me so many times. But I promise you guys, like I don't think anybody would believe me. I don't say it much, but that one Friday in Green Bank, West Virginia,
I believe you, bro.
60, maybe not 100, but it was like around 50 to 60 jets just over a couple of hours doing chemtrails all in the sky. Then like the next day I drove into the small town and people were gang stalking me, one light vehicles. People would walk up to me behind me, or they'd stand real close to me and do the coughing thing or the sniffing thing, you know.
Wow.
I filmed when they did that to me or whatever. They flew overhead, and like in the comment section, I had like I'm assuming it was a perp. She was like, "These pilots are actually very very intrigued with your spiritual gifts. That's why they're doing this." I'm like, I don't know. It was just weird, man.
You know, well, let me say this, because Dana Ashley just did a video where they were talking about this Morgellons, these nanofibers being put into people, and then they're running this artificial program. Basically, they're taking everybody that lives, at least in America, I know, and they're putting them as avatars into this actual AI-run program, like
simulation.
Simulate. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And so and then that's how they like tell people who are going to be trouble in the future, right? So they have this algorithm. They're seeing what you're going to kind of do and who you're going to affect and how you influence people, and that's how they kind of pick people to be targeted. So it kind of does have to do. There's an angle of it where you are special, like where you are an influencer of your community. Yeah. So I mean. And I can't prove the simulation thing. It's a black op, right? I can't prove it, but it sounds like, like they're doing that, you know.
Hey, Kyle, you think that when they do those chemtrails like that, and it seems like they're spraying on a specific target, do you think that, because I believe it, and do you think that they're willing to do that because they want those nanoparticles and whatnot to affect the neighbors around you as well?
Probably so. Yeah, they want this in everybody because it's not only those nanofibers, but there's also aluminum and barium. So that aluminum is this heavy metal that gets in our system.
And strontium. Yeah.
And strontium. Yeah. And you know, think about barium and strontium and how they do like these MRIs and stuff like that, where they inject you with like barium. Think about that, looking through, using a through the wall radar. And if you have barium and strontium in your system, you're gonna light up, you know?
That's true, dude. That's true.
That's a good point, Kyle.
Yeah, man. I mean, this stuff really goes deep. It's hard. We've got to kind of work at it in layers, you know.
Yes, sir.
Because I think it's hard for people even to believe that people are targeted by directed energy weapons. So then you go into like, oh, they're running this simulation, and then the chemtrails are putting all these nanoparticulates in us. So we've got to kind of take it by layers, you know, explain it by layers. But it's
Hey, Kyle, I really believe
anybody
that.
on the panel have like military, like very, like anybody have like real intense military around them, or at one point?
I feel like we probably all have had that, you know, for sure.
Definitely. At one time, definitely. You know.
I mean, like I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't like my older brother he went to the army. Like, is he asking like, do we come from a military background or?
Nah, he wanted to know like if any kind of military presence been around you, like organized military.
Okay, like yeah. So when we out and about, do we see like army soldiers and like Hummers driving by with the, you know, like the army vehicles and stuff like that?
Because me personally, I'm a disabled veteran, but I had never had no military presence. I have like over the last like 3 or 4 days, I'm getting heavy with every corner that I walk, everywhere I go, the police show up. That's been happening for the last 4 days, 3 or 4 days, but no military stuff.
I get military license plates. Like, so I get the one light vehicles or people that will drive up behind me with their running lights on. And then they have like Marine Corps or Air Force or Army.
Shout out to Ryan, right? Shout out to Ryan.
Shout out to, you know, it's not all just Air Force, but Air Force is held because you got Air Force Research Laboratory putting out these contracts for experimentation. These contractors are taking those contracts that Air Force Research Laboratory is putting out.
Yes,
but then you have current military that really participates in the gang stalking. I don't, but see, what I've learned is that current military is not on these weapon systems hitting us with microwaves. It's mostly ex-military, ex-law enforcement, ex-CIA agents, ex-private eyes, investigators. They join up with these contractors and they're doing the torture, but it's mostly ex-whatever actually doing the microwave torture. But then you have current military who they still participate in the gang stalking, you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Kyle, real quick, what you were talking about before, is that HAARP type situation? You're talking about that simulation?
The HAARP weapon system?
Yeah, so that...
You know, I don't think that's really used in our targeting. I think they use HAARP to like create earthquakes and to...
But what I was saying with the simulation thing.
I don't know. I don't know, Jeff.
I think that's more DARPA.
Yeah, that would be DARPA, but they could be using HAARP to do that, you know. They could be, you know, HAARP could be used where we all have this nanotechnology inside of us and it's getting this wide, it's like spreading this wide signal out to read all of our signals and put us into the simulation. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
I really believe in that though, Kyle. I believe that it's a simulation of sorts. I really do. I think they're kind of messing with us, kind of like Sims games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think it really does go that deep. And that they have these simulations running and they kind of see what everybody's going to do. And so they can be like, oh, that node, that avatar, that person, they're going to be trouble for us in the future. So let's take them out, you know? I think definitely.
I heard you guys talking about something about that predictive...
Predictive programming?
I'm not sure if it's predictive programming, but I remember a movie with Tom Cruise when they knew a crime was going to happen before it happened.
Minority Report.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. That's real stuff going on.
Yeah, that's real right there.
But the problem is they're not predicting crimes right now. They're trying to false flag people. So they'll find an innocent person. They'll maybe yeah, they'll instigate and they'll be like, oh, this person's gonna commit a crime, so we need to put all these resources on them. And I guess they're told that eventually in the future it'll be used on real criminals. They're just false flagging innocent people now. Even remote neural manipulation, maybe putting a thought that's not yours in your head, but then showing other people, look, this showed up in their head, they're going to commit a crime, right? So I think there's so many lies and so much corruption that they're saying, oh, well, this is predicting people that are going to do crimes, when it's a completely innocent person and they're just false flagging them.
Anybody that's a quote unquote conspiracy theorist is a domestic terrorist right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
What was up with that? Like, did anybody hear about that? Like, did Trump sign a bill or something like that?
Yeah, we got that. That goes along the lines with what they passed before with the what is that called? Black extremist.
Mm-hmm.
I think they call it. Like, if you put up, anything like on Facebook or something or whatever, then you could just be considered a black extremist. You're part of a extremist group. They got a group for all races. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, they're coming up with all kind of shit. I mean, even today, like I had got a shot on my phone about how Trump signed the bill about what was it? About female and what do you call that when what is it called? Parent planning, or what do you call that?
Planned Parenthood?
Yeah, Planned Parenthood, and how he took the funding away and for birth control for young people, and not paying for that, and not paying for tests for certain diseases and stuff like that. No longer can get it through welfare and stuff like that. It's like weird stuff, dude.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I think even Christians, like even if you call yourself a Christian, I think Christians can be put on a terrorist watch list.
Yeah, I think they have been, Kyle. I think they have been, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, it's gotten ridiculous. I mean, it's gotten completely ridiculous.
Agenda, man.
Yeah. Guys, it's getting super late, man. It's like 3:15 a.m. here, man. And this is We the People, Volume 7, man. We're gonna wrap things up pretty soon. I just want to ask one more question to everybody that's watching live. I'll let you guys know that we will be back for the weekend, man. We the People's Weekends. We will be back. I want to get a podcast in. I want to bring Next Time back because I don't know if these guys know anything about that. But we're gonna work this out, guys. Before we get out of here, man, what do you guys think about August 29th, Targeted Individual Day? I want you guys to be 300 with me, man. Be all the way honest. What are your true feelings on Targeted Individual Day, and where were you guys? Do you guys have any plans for that day, August 29th, the second annual Targeted Individual Day? I'm gonna start with my boy Blunt, man. What do you think about T-Day, August 29th, my friend?
I respected that, they're doing it, but I kind of feel like what's the name said, I think it's Highly Evolved, I think his name is.
Yeah.
I felt the way he does a little bit too, man. I think they need to bring more to it, more media, more attention to it, and make videos, you know what I'm saying? To bring it out, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more. But I do respect what they're doing, you know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I respect it to the T to get the message out there and to the pamphlets, and I respect what they're doing. My heart goes out to all the people, you know what I'm saying, that go out there.
Yeah.
But like I said, that I wish they would do a little bit more with it, you know what I'm saying? A little more to get media coverage or something, you know what I'm saying? To make that impact, like I wanted to strong. But I do respect what they're doing, and I would, if I had the money, I'd go out there myself, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, they're trying to make a difference, you know what I'm saying? And that's how I feel on it. But I think I'll probably be at work knowing me. real talk.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely, YouTube and watch that thing, you know what I'm saying? Because
I know, Blunt, I know that they are, it's a global protest, like the flagship event is in Oregon, right? Portland, Oregon. Mm-hmm. But they having protests everywhere, bro. Like all over the country, all over the world, so it's not just in Portland. I don't want you to think like it's just only one spot, everybody getting together like the springtime rally. It's definitely a global protest that a lot of people are going to be participating in having events.
Oh yeah, that's why I think it's beautiful, man, because hitting all over around the world, you know what I'm saying? It's August 29th, so everybody's day. So I respect all of it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Like I said, I'll probably watch it. Like I said, YouTube that thing and check it out, man, and just be happy to see so many faces. People coming together, man. These are hard times, so that's the way I look at it, and I'm happy for it, man.
Okay, absolutely, great answer, man. Kyle, what do you think about August 29th, man? T-Day, second annual.
I completely agree with Blunt. I think it's so awesome. It needs to happen. More of these things need to happen. I think they're trying to get mainstream media attention. Like they do press releases and stuff, but the mainstream media just is not cooperating, But yeah, I think it's so great. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to Oregon. I wanted to go to Oregon. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more like live streams from the rallies this year.
Right.
Man, that's what we need to do, because people need to see us all in a group, physically together, so they can be like, oh, okay. I guess it's hard for people to understand when we're just doing videos on YouTube. Like, it's good to do videos, but we need that other angle too, of people getting together physically and actually protesting, so I think it's fabulous,
Absolutely. What do you have any plans for T-Day?
No. Well, no, I want to help, I guess, if somebody else is doing live streams, maybe show them later, maybe not edit stuff, but do some live streams on my channel, re-showing it or something like that.
Okay.
Absolutely. I want to go and do a live stream from the rally. That's what I kind of planned on doing, but I'm going to see Dr. Hoffer instead.
Okay.
I'm going to try and just kind of run support, like you were doing your news show today, and you were telling everybody about it, and promoting it. So I'm going to kind of, do something like that on the day.
Absolutely. Jeff, targeted individual day. What do you think, bro? What's your thoughts?
Well, I like it, like Blunt and Kyle said, it's any awareness, any day, anything, we can bring about. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it due to, financial, issues. But, I really hope, everybody does, wherever they are, takes photos of their signs and things, so it almost even appears collective. I mean, I know it is collective, but since it's going on around the world, maybe if every country and every, spot in every region, every city takes photos of these signs and these people, maybe somebody can create some sort of reel, and post it on a YouTube or something, so it can really show a collective, we were all there together. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I don't know, something capitalize on the day itself. You know what I mean? I don't know, make something of it. As far as something tangible to put it on, one of your platforms, or all the platforms.
Do you have any plans for that day, Jeff?
No. I was planning on going out to Portland, but that's not gonna happen now.
Not gonna happen. Yeah. That's what's up, my friend. I get it, bro. It's all good, man. Big shout out to you, man, and I appreciate all of you guys joining us. Justice T.I., man, what do you have any plans? What do you think about August 29th, targeted individual day? And you guys in the comments too, man. What do you guys think about T-Day, man? I see everybody saying good night, sleep well, good night. What do you guys think about August 29th?
I'm honestly not even that aware of it. I've heard of it a couple times. I haven't really looked into the rally at all. I think it's awesome, but honestly, at this point, I mean, I don't want to leave on a negative note, you know what I mean? But
no, it's all good, bro. This is not even that. It's just asking you a true opinion of it. I respect it.
It's how you feel. I feel like it just goes to the top of the pyramid, man. I feel like, enough people stand up. Yeah, a change could be made, but a lot of people need to be taken down before anything really changes, man. Like Truth was saying, you can't go to your own police. You can't go to anywhere for any type of protection. The last stand is a protest, though. That's how I look at it.
Okay. All right. That's what's up.
I understand that.
You got any plans for T-Day, or are you just taking it easy?
No, I just got this job last week, and I'm working. So and I'm I don't really got any plan.
Congratulations, bro. Congrats, bro.
I
Congrats
appreciate
to you, bro. Congrats to you, man. Because I know how it is out here trying to get a job, man. If you get a job, then that's a blessing, bro. That's a big blessing, man. Good look. That's what I'm saying. Good looking, man. That's a good look for you, bro. Straight
I
up.
appreciate it, man.
Get your money, my friend. True Serum, what's going on, bro? August 29th, man.
Baby.
What,
You know, we trying to put it together, man. You know, I'm working with Nina Benitez Gonzalez and working with Shayla Vance, man. And we just been they've been putting in more work. I just been helping out. But the few TIs that I know in the area and some that I've been talking to that's in Los Angeles, San Bernardino area, even some out towards San Diego, they want to come out to Venice Beach because that's where the LA event's going to be going down, is in Venice Beach. We've been getting it together, man.
Okay.
We've actually got it to the point to where we want to go ahead and see if we can have we're supposed to have some allocated funds from donations to get some 2-bedroom condos and stuff like that for people that are coming from out of town.
Nice.
So that they can, you know, when they come out, it's a long commute to get there, and then we can stay the whole day, then they can stay overnight, and then we can go ahead and have some food for them, you know, complimentary dinner, you know, some Subway or something like that.
Yes,
and then they have a place to sleep and whatnot. We're doing that. Not trying is lying, but this is what's happening. And so, so we're trying to get everybody out there, and we're gonna make that move. You know, everybody has different situations, you know, and everybody can contribute. You know, people on YouTube, people are out there. Even a person that's out there that's putting out flyers or just spreading the word verbally. Everybody's putting in work. Everything, everybody counts. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be out there on August 29th, Venice Beach, California, right on the boardwalk by the water, by the sand, out there with all the crazy people, all the cool people. Yeah. You know, it's gonna be all kind of stuff. I'm trying to make it sound like a big festival, but Venice Beach is kind of fun, bro.
Okay.
And, you know what I'm saying? So what we want to do, you know, I look at it like this. Next, I'm stretching it, but check this, man. You know, I really, I understand all the comments and what everybody was saying, and you know, and it's important that we just go ahead and just do what we can, and everybody's doing what they can under the circumstances, and we're gonna go out there, we're gonna push it. You know, I'm not into the politician thing, and some people are into like trying to make sure they can get the politicians involved, and so they know what's going on. But to me personally, I feel like the politicians already know. They already know. Police know. They all know, and all that. So I just think it's about all of us. Nothing's really gonna happen. Nothing's gonna work unless we get all of us out there. Like, we need hundreds and hundreds of people in Oregon, in LA, in Chicago, in Detroit, in Louisiana, in Florida, Texas. We need people everywhere around the country, around the world. You know, Italy, everywhere, the UK. People just got to try to get out there and come together. And once we can do that, then maybe we can stop something. Maybe we can stop something. But as long as people make excuses and can't make it, it's going to take that much longer to get where we want to be.
That's a fact.
With respect to people's lives and what they have to handle. But otherwise, I'm right here, baby. I'm right here. I appreciate you having me on your show.
Anytime,
everybody knows that they got to subscribe to Nexx Level's channel right here. Support my brother. And Vulcan Wolverine, got to support him as well. They're putting out good information.
Yeah, thanks, Truth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Proud, man.
Yes, sir. We out here taking it one day at a time, man. And, you know.
Oh, you know what I was going to say?
What's going on, bro?
With my man with the black sweater on. Not Kyle, but the other dude. What's his name?
Jeff.
No, the other dude.
Oh,
Blood.
No, not Blood. The other dude.
I don't know the other dude.
Hey, all right, check it out though. Check it out. This is what I was gonna say. Somebody mentioned about taking video cameras of what's going on at these different spots, right? And I think it's a good idea. And then maybe next you're good at editing and doing that kind of stuff, man. We get video from Oregon, East Coast, Midwest, Ohio, California, Italy, and get video shots of all of those TI meetings, and you get all them clips, and you can put them together, man. You have a hell of a thing, collage going on right there, Playboy.
Oh, yeah, you with me, Truth. That's what I was saying. You're right. You with me, Truth. Okay, that's what I was talking
Yeah.
about.
That's what you. All right, my bad, bro. Yeah,
it's all good.
You, baby. My bad.
Number love, man. It's all good. It's all good.
Sure, man.
Definitely. Yeah, that was a good idea. That's what I was talking about. Definitely. That's what I meant. Definitely. Just exactly like
That's a hella idea right there, man.
Absolutely, man. We gotta make it happen, man. We're gonna make some things happen. We're working on some things behind the scenes, man. And it, you know, it's a TI Lives Matter ting, right? It's a TI Lives Matter ting, right?
All day,
It's a
every day.
TI
Yeah,
Lives
when can you get on your board? When can all the boys get together, man? We can knock down a few 6-packs, man.
Yeah. It's a TI Lives Matter thing. For you guys who don't know what the thing is, you know, we're doing this. We're gonna keep this thing, you know, we're gonna keep this thing rolling. We're gonna keep this thing moving. I know it's super late for, you know, some people, maybe super early for some people. We don't know, but we're gonna end this thing right now, guys. Don't forget, man. I got a cool T-shirt store in the description, guys. If y'all want to click on the link, just check it out. See some things that I've designed. Trying to think of some ways to, you know, cause awareness. And I was like, what better else than a T-shirt, you know? So if you want, just click on it, you know, share the link if you can, you know, let people see it. We will be back this weekend, man, to keep this thing, this We the People train rolling. Guys, do you guys think this is a great thing that we're doing here on the channel with this We the People? Do you think this is awesome?
Always. Every time I do it, man. I'm glad to see it, man.
Did it, man. Shout out to G-Ma, you know, shout out to everybody watching right now. Tanya, Wayne Morris.
G-Ma's out there?
Nah, but I just like to give her a shout out because she gave me the, you know, she had the idea to do something like this. So with Zoom, she said, Nexx, you should do something with Zoom, man. And I just want to shout her out, man. And shout out to Autumn, Stacy, Wayne. Big shout out to my boy Wayne, man. My boy was keeping it 300, man. And I support you, bro. 100%. Honey Ann, she came on before. Big shout out to her. And Highly Evolved, that's my guy, that's my bro. Big shout out to John Doe, Rick M, Steve Dave, what is this? Eastman, you know, Lynette. Man, I love all y'all, man. We about to get up out of here, man.
Man, when you gonna get your topic of like TI couples and TIs and how TIs can get together and link up, you know.
Any of that, man. Like, if guys, everybody watching, man, if it's anything that y'all want to discuss or talk about, y'all just want to stay in the comment section, put it in the comment section. But if y'all want to come on, I make it very easy, man. I just, you know, I put the link in the description. I put the link in the chat box. Y'all could click on. Guys, wasn't it easy? Just click the link.
And Nexx, tell them this. Tell people in chat, you don't have to come on for an hour. You can just pop in, you know, say a couple of things, you know, a couple minutes if you want to say something, and then pop out. You don't have to stay the whole live stream. If maybe that's something that's stopping people, is they think they have to stay on the whole live stream or something like that. You know, somebody in chat just wants to kind of pop in and say something. You don't have to stay all night, you know.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man.
Good point, Kyle. Good point.
Just like Kyle said, you know, I'm gonna bounce off of what Kyle said. You guys don't have to stay for the whole thing.
I mean, you should. You should.
Right. You should. You know,
but you don't have to. You know.
Yeah.
So don't feel pressure like you have to. If you're getting targeted really bad, that you've got to sit for 2 hours on the panel. You know, you can come in and just say a point, something you want to talk about, and then say, okay, yeah, you know,
absolutely.
Guys.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to Mike Banks too, man. I want you to know we was not attacking him, bro. If you still here watching, bro.
No, much love, Mike. Much love. We got
love, man.
Yeah, man. We're just trying to understand. We're just trying to understand, you know, and that to understand, you have to have the conversation and don't be afraid, man. So we about to get up out of here, man. This is We the People, Volume 7. Thank everybody. God bless every TI. Thank you guys for joining me, man. Much love to you guys. I'm gonna be talking to you guys soon, okay?
Hey, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
All right, my friend.
I met y'all. You know what I'm saying? Number love, man. You know.
Bye, guys.
All right, man.